okay with the rezoning? Huh? Welcome, good evening, and welcome to the City of Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting for August 8th, 2022. It should be on, and I apologize if you can't hear me. I am Mayor Kurt Wilson, and I know that most of you are here tonight to come honor the esteemed veteran, so thank you for all of you being here tonight to honor our esteemed veteran. I'd like to acknowledge our Councilmember Christine Hall, Councilmember William Mortland, Councilmember Michael Palermo, Councilmember Peter Vanstrom, and I'm missing somebody, aren't I? Oh, Councilmember Lee Hills. Good gosh. Sorry, guys. It's been one of those days. I apologize. I'd like to now turn it over to Deputy City Administrator Michael Fisher to explain how our meetings run.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. In accordance with Chapter 3.7 of the City Code, City Council shall hold regular public meetings. The purpose of the City Council meetings are for the public to participate and to speak on agenda items which constitute formal decisions by the elected body. These items are placed on the published agenda, which can be accessed via the city website prior to the meeting. This is a public meeting, and some items require a formal public hearing. A significant and important component of City Council meetings are to hear directly from citizens on the items that are listed on the agenda. Public comments or questions are essential for the mayor and council to incorporate as we contemplate each decision. Citizens are at the top of the organizational chart, and therefore it's imperative for us to hear from citizens in mayor and council meetings. If you would like to speak on an item, I do ask that you would fill out a comment card. They're located in the back of the room and at the podium in order to ensure an accurate record of the meeting. We ask, of course, that everyone observe the principles of mutual respect and display the appropriate demeanor during the course of the meeting this evening, which should be reflective of our great community. The mayor is the presiding officer for this meeting and will ensure the orderly exchange of comments, questions, and discussion leading to decision-making by the elected body. I would encourage those in attendance and the viewing audience to visit the city website for meetings, events, and departmental information. We also encourage you to review and participate in the various activities and offerings in the city. There are a number of events scheduled coming up in the city of Roswell which promote community, physical activity, and leisure as we make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate that very much. Tonight, we're honored to have the pastor of one of our most dynamic churches in Roswell, the World Harvest Church. And so it's my great honor to ask Pastor Myrick Houghton to come to the front and to lead us in a moment of silence and an invocation. Pastor Houghton.
Father, we just come in the name of Jesus, and we lift up all the proceedings of this council and the councilmen and councilwomen and the mayor. And you said, if anyone lack wisdom, let him ask of God. We're asking wisdom for the council and for all the discussions that are here. Father, we want to develop a community that honors God and honors our families. So thank you. We receive it and your blessing today in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Pastor Houghton. At this time, I'd like to call Lieutenant Colonel Mike Mazzell, who was in the Army and is president of the Johns Creek Veterans Association, to come forward and lead us in the pledge.
Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, please, the proper protocol is for all military personnel, covered or uncovered, to render a salute to our flag. All others are asked to remove your covers and put your hand over your right heart and join with me. Present, home! I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order, on! Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mike. Well, next on the agenda is the mayor's report, and every city council meeting, after we do the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, we honor a Roswell veteran. And before I get too far, 2 weeks ago, we honored a gentleman named Ron Sherman. He was our esteemed veteran of Roswell 2 weeks ago. And just want to let you know that he is having an incredible print show collection of his photography at the Roswell Cultural Arts Center from 9 to 5 every day. And so I invite all my fellow residents and fellow cities near Roswell to come to the Roswell Cultural Arts Center and come see the Ron Sherman art exhibit. It is fantastic. So next on the agenda of the mayor's report is the reading of the proclamation for the esteemed veteran of Roswell to Corporal Sean Henley. I'd like to call Corporal Sean Henley forward for the proclamation.
Do you have the proclamation with you?
Thank you. Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, Corporal Sean Henley, esteemed veteran. Whereas in June of 1985, Sean Henley graduated from Willowbrook High School in Villa Park, Illinois. Upon receiving his diploma, he drove to the nearest Marine Corps recruiting station to enlist and serve his country. Like his father before him, Sean enlisted as a teenager and faithfully served. As a Marine Corps infantryman, he went to boot camp in San Diego, served at Camp Lejeune, and served one tour in Okinawa, Japan. Shortly after his completion of active duty and service during Operation Desert Shield, Sean was honorably discharged in 1994 and attended college on the GI Bill and graduated from the University of Illinois at Chicago with a degree in political science. Whereas in 2001, he was recognized by the office of President George W. Bush to serve as Deputy White House Liaison to the Department of Veteran Affairs and Deputy Assistant Secretary for Congressional Relations. During his final year with the Veterans Administration, Sean was ultimately chosen to serve as Senior Advisor and Chief of Staff to the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Veteran Affairs. As Chief of Staff, he assisted the Deputy Secretary in formulating political and departmental policy affecting over 24 million veterans and their families. In recognition of his outstanding service, Secretary of Veterans Affairs Tony Principe presented Sean with the Meritorious Service Award. And whereas in 2005, Sean accepted the position of Senior Political Officer with the International Republican Institute, the IRI, Henley was stationed in war-torn Iraq, teaching pro-democracy classes to more than 60 political parties in preparation of the country's first free election. In 2015, Sean founded and launched the Green Veterans Project right here in Roswell, Georgia, which has sponsored the Department of Veteran Affairs Golden Age Games and Wheelchair Games and financially supported veterans at the Roswell Housing Authority. And whereas in 2010, Governor Perdue appointed Sean to the Georgia Veterans Service Board and was reappointed by Governors Deal and Kemp. Sean has led the effort to remodel and add new veteran long-term facilities in Georgia. In 2021, Sean was also appointed to the newly formed Fulton County Veterans Empowerment Commission and currently serves as chairman. Sean was part of the selection team that awarded more than $1 million to local veteran support groups in support of Fulton County veterans. Now, therefore, I, Curtin Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby name Corporal Sean Henley, an esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to our country and our community, and that there is no higher calling than those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I was no war hero. Just did my 4 years in the Marine Corps. Relatively peace at that point. But I have made a calling since then to try to give back to those veterans who really need our help and really need our support. And there are a lot of them out there. Yes, I am on the front lines of any effort I can do from where I am to try to help our fellow veterans. There's a big need for them, especially as far as substance abuse, PTSD. There are, I think it's like 5 times more likely to commit suicide the first 30 days they're out of the military as soon as they're discharged. Long-term care facilities, we only have 2 in Georgia. South Carolina and Alabama have somewhere around a half a dozen to 10. The ones we have here are in Milledgeville and Augusta. I made it an effort after I visited our long-term cares facility this past Thanksgiving, make it a goal of mine to make sure we get more and get these updated. Happy to say Senator Kirkpatrick assisted right away. We have hearings on this issue in the fall. So as you know, the bureaucratic process, it could take quite a few years, but that's a pretty big goal of ours right now. The Green Veterans that I started in 2015, literally right out the window here. I saw Jerry Weller here. I believe he was there on our first day. We were able to do a lot, and we were able to do things, sponsor 1,000 Thanksgiving dinners each of the past 2 years for each of our long-term care homes, support wheelchair games, which my son and I make it a point to try to get to every year, as well as the Golden Age Games to keep the older veterans more active, like Mike Mazzell over here. Had to call him out somewhere. Yeah, that's right. But, you know, it's really an effort. Like I said, when I was in the Marine Corps, it was relatively peacetime, and it's so many that I have known since that have come home with the wounds that we don't see. And those are the wounds that really need the most care. The ones that you don't see, the PTSD that, you know, drives some of these veterans to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. So I ask you all to just keep a special ear open. A lot of people think veterans, you know, they're inundated with all kind of bills and legislative activity. But I can tell you from personal experience, when you step on those yellow footprints to join the Marine Corps, or you join the military, especially as a non-officer right out of high school. A lot of those kids had nothing when they went in. So their whole life and their whole family becomes their military brothers and sisters. That's everything to them. And 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years later, they're discharged honorably. And then they got nowhere to go. Rehabilitation and the transference from that veteran from active duty to a veteran status is so crucial. People just don't think about it. People think, oh, he's out, great, he served honorably. Thanks for serving. But it takes a lot more than that. So when you see these veterans, especially the new ones, you know, sit down and listen to them, see how they're doing, and see what kind of support they have at home. The support I try to give is anything I can do. And I usually bring my son everywhere, so he really understands that service comes in all forms. Whether you serve as a city council, volunteer for veterans groups, you know, service comes in all forms, and that's really what I try to teach him the most. And I will say this one last thing. The one thing I'm most proud of over the last few years, besides the effort to get the long-term care homes, is the little bit we got to do right here in Roswell. We got to help some RHA. I sat on as a RHA commissioner for a couple of years and found the veterans who were in there, and we were able to help them during COVID. We were help them financially pay their rent last year. And it's the little things we're able to do at home that, you know, kind of made me feel good that we were able to do something for our Roswell veterans too. But like I said, I use moments like this not to have a moment for me, of course. It's to share with you all the need to get out there and, you know, shake a few veterans' hands, especially if they're younger, and, you know, help them out if you can, even if it's just a good word, or maybe you can get them in with a close veterans group, or just reach out to their family and see how they're doing. So with all that, it's a great honor to be here, and I'm very grateful, especially that you notice my hair has never changed since I left the Marines. I can't, so I never aged, I guess. But I thank you all so much. Semper Fi to all you all. Thank you. Thank you.
John, I know council wants to come down here and take a picture, but I want to echo something you say. And so, you know, one of the things I think that we're incredibly gratified by is that we get to honor those of us who served. And you said something, and I want to say this, and I think a lot of us have gotten into a very positive habit of saying thank you for your service. And the part beyond that is important. The part is having the courage and recognizing that when you do say thank you for your service, that you're opening up a door that many people do want to share. They may not want to share all the trauma, but they may want to acknowledge and say thank you, and they may want to tell you a little bit about themselves. And I think that in itself is a service that we need more of. So I was going to ask you, you know, because people want to know, what can I do, right? And sometimes it's the very simple thing of saying, thank you for your service, and then usually a person says, my privilege, or it wasn't anything, or yada, yada, right? And that's the opportunity when you say, you know, take that just a step further, because you don't know how much that person really is wanting this. They're wanting a little bit, they want to share a little bit in their own kind of way. And there's some healing and some cathartic nature to that. And I know that you're a big part of helping to heal our veterans, so thank you for that. All right.
Thank you.
So what y'all probably don't know, we have a practical joker, unfortunately, on city council. His name is Will Mortland over here. So When we first started doing it this year, I would always wear a suit and a tie. And they would always give me a hard time, like, why are you always wearing a suit and tie? You're making us look bad. They're coming comfortable clothing. So the last couple of meetings, they said, please don't wear a suit and tie. You know, just come casual, just wear a golf shirt, yada, yada. So I've been wearing a golf shirt and a khaki pants, and Will Mortland, as you can see, orchestrates everybody here to wear a suit and a tie. So, and I have to put on this jacket, doesn't fit. So thanks, Will. Next on the agenda is a department award to recognize Chris Boyd, the city's water utility manager, for receiving the GAWP Elizabeth McIntyre Award. And so I'd like Sharon Izzo and Chris Boyd to come up. And Sharon, I'm going to give the microphone to you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Of course, Chris Boyd's no stranger to all of you up here. We are very blessed. He is our utility manager for our water utility, and he is an absolute rock star, makes us all look good every day, and does such a great job for the residents and businesses of Roswell. And so this evening, we're going to present him with an award from the Georgia Association of Water Professionals, and we have Brian Skeens, who's our newly elected president, and he's going to tell you a little bit about the award and about GAWP.
Thank you, Sharon. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. Again, I'm Brian Skeens. I'm the current president of the Georgia Association of Water Professionals. If you're not familiar with the GAWP, we are a not-for-profit association with membership of nearly 4,000 water and wastewater treatment plant operators and managers, municipal and industrial officials, engineers, manufacturers, and others concerned with Georgia's water resources. Our membership consists largely of the professionals who implement federal and state water supply, water protection, and water resources laws and regulations. And our chief purpose is to educate and assist those who have an interest in the proper management and protection of Georgia's water resources. GAWP is the state's premier professional association for water, wastewater, and related issues. We were founded in 1932 and started the first licensed program for water professionals in Georgia. For 90 years, GAWP has provided the bulk of certified professional training for water and wastewater operators here in Georgia. GAWP is the nation's second largest state-level association of water professionals, and we are formally affiliated with other national professional organizations, including the American Water Works Association, Water Environment Federation, and the American Water Resources Association. GAWP is a respected and welcomed authority on water-related issues and is routinely called upon by the media, elected officials, and the public for accurate water-related information and assistance. The purpose of the Elizabeth McIntyre Award is to annually recognize a person for excellent achievement in the direct operation of water supply, water treatment, and/or water distribution systems. This award may be presented to a member of the association who has excelled in the operation of a public water system in the state of Georgia. Consideration may be made of interrelationship with operators of other systems, preventive maintenance, cleanliness, including housekeeping and bacteriological quality of the work. The award recipient is selected by the GAWP Nominations Committee. 3 weeks ago, GAWP presented this award during the 2022 annual conference opening session. This year's recipient of the Elizabeth McIntyre Award is Chris Boyd with the City of Roswell. So Chris, congratulations on the award. The City of Roswell should be proud of Chris for reaching this impressive level of achievement. It's an important accomplishment, and it speaks volumes about the exceptional commitment and level of service that the City of Roswell and Chris provide the customers. Thank you again for having me. This is the best part of my job as president of GAWP, so glad to be here with you all today. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brian. I really appreciate that. I just want to say that, this is a great award. I'm being recognized, but honestly, this award really needs to be shared with my team of water professionals, both in plant and distribution, with my director, Sharon, previously Dan, for their leadership and mentorship, and also with mayor and council. You help fund all the operations and capital that we're able to do each and every year. So really, this award I share with all of you. So thank you.
Sharon, you got anything to say?
to have Chris on our team, and I think Chris summed it up quite nicely. We have a bunch of Chris's right behind him, and it's what makes the Roswell Water Utility something special.
Amen. Thank you for your leadership. Chris, I got good news, as your team is outside the building waiting on you for you to share that award in a financial way, so just be prepared when you walk outside the building. And I think the council, Mayor, would like to come join everybody for a quick picture downstairs, down below.
He just got this award last year. That was a different award.
Well, that concludes the mayor's agenda. I hope it was as exciting for you guys as it was for me. Next is the consent agenda, which is in front of you, hopefully if you've looked at here. And I'd like to know if the council has any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda. If there are no comments or questions from council, I'd like to ask any Roswell residents that'd like to speak on any items on the consent agenda are more than welcome to come up at this time. If there are no comments or questions from the public, at this time, I'd like to bring it back to council for any additional clarifying thoughts or questions or comments on the consent agenda. Being that there are no additional thoughts or comments, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion is made by Councilmember Lee Hills. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Will Mortland. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda this evening, please raise your hands. Consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, we will be dealing with the Community Development Department, and I'd like to ask Councilmember Michael Palermo to read the first community development item.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Item number 1, approval of RZ 202-15342, Civic and Institutional to PV Parkway Village / CV 202-1534, located at 1340 Woodstock Road and 11450 Bowen Road. This item was deferred at both the June 13th, 2022 and July 11th, 2022 mayor and council meetings. Ms. Bromberg?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Councilman Palermo listed, this is RZ 2021-5342 CV conditional variance for 202-15343 are the application numbers, located at 1340 Woodstock Road and 11450 Bowen Road. I'll continue speaking while the folks in the back can try and see if they can adjust it. On the screen in front of you is the schedule of events that have happened so far. Application received in March of this year. Neighborhood meeting was held in April. This item was heard by Planning Commission in May. It was deferred by Mayor and Council to the from June 13th to the July 11th meeting, as well as to tonight, August 8th. A little bit of information on the location. Is it located at the corner of Woodstock Road and Bowen Road? Also, that's US 92, State Road 92. It's currently zoned Civic and Institutional, or CIV. In the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, it is in the character area for Parkway Village. And the request is to rezone to Parkway Village. There are also 6 concurrent variances, which include a variance to UDC section 2.2.9C, placement of the drive-through in the build-to zone. The second is to 4.3.11, reduce the minimum percentage of building in the build-to zone on Bowen Road, as well as 4.3.13, reduce the minimum percentage of building in the build-to zone on State Road 92 Woodstock Road. 4.3.13, reduce the front setback along State Road 92 Woodstock Road. 4.3.13, to allow parking within the 50-foot parking setback along State Road 92 Woodstock Road, which is a requirement because it's in Parkway Village. And then 10.2.6, to allow more than 8 parking spaces between tree islands in a couple of locations. This is the location map showing the 2 parcels located at the intersection of Woodstock Road and Bowen Road. This is the current zoning showing that both parcels are zoned Civic. They're surrounded by residential multifamily as well as some RS 87, and then across the street you have RS 30. Future land use, as I mentioned before, the red is the Parkway Village character area, and then the blue is the estate residential, the lightest blue on the screen. Here is the site plan that was previously presented through Planning Commission and in various other meetings that it's been in front of. They have submitted a revised site plan, which shows a modification to the access onto Bowen Road. That is the change, the only change really between the 2 site plans, same number of buildings, etc. Just to quickly show a blow up of the 2, this item on the view on the left side of the screen is the previous plan from February of this year, which showed a full access from the development onto Bowen Road, which included a left in and out of the Bowen Road access is probably the easiest way to describe that. All movements basically would be allowed at this 4-way intersection. The revised plan we received just a couple of weeks ago in July shows a right out, a left in. There is no left out from Bowen onto Bowen Road from the development. Other point I wanted to make is that there are 2 parcels that are in question this evening. The triangular piece that's on the left side is 11450 Bowen Road. They are going to be doing a land swap with the property owner at 1340 Woodstock Road. So the green shaded area is the development that is proposed. And then the land swap would be the small green triangle at the top with the white triangle down towards the bottom. It's basically a net zero change in land between the 2 at the moment, based on the information they provided to us. And so the area that you would be proposing to rezone once we finish all the platting would be the area shaded in green to Parkway Village, and then the rest of that would remain as Civic. The site analysis is just over 11 acres. Currently, the stormwater detention pond is an above-ground pond area. The Bowen Road access, as I mentioned, there has been a site plan revision. It currently indicates there is a 250-foot separation between the access drive and US 92. If council does have any further questions about the details of the driveway access, transportation will be available to answer those questions. A couple other quick things, landscape area and outdoor amenity area, we do have minimum requirements. They are meeting or exceeding those. There is a 40-foot neighborhood compatibility buffer being provided. It is being provided voluntarily. It is not required for this development. Site analysis, very quickly, there are 6 buildings. Building 1 is restaurant with about 3,500 square feet. Buildings 2A and 2B are retail. They're at the very center top of your screen, both at just about 8,000 square feet. The building in the upper right has some restaurant and retail with a total of just over 7,700 square feet for the whole building. And then buildings 4 and 5, the blue ones towards the bottom, that is your office at just over 11,000 square feet each. Continuing with the site analysis for the parking, they are providing all of their required parking. This table shows that for each of the uses, what they are required to provide and the number they are providing. As indicated in the total, they are providing more than they are required to have. Quickly with the, I'm gonna go through all of these really quickly so they're all on the screen. They have the 6 concurrent variances they'd ask for. Those are still remaining the same. The site plan does have some minor changes to it, so I'll step through those. The first one is in the upper left corner, and that is the drive-through being in the build-to zone. It also exists in the upper right corner. So there are 2 drive-through lanes that you'll see there, and those were encroaching into the build-to zone. Number 2 is to allow less than the 35% required building in the build-to zone along Bowen. So basically what that means is that our code says that the building frontage, the building has to be wider than what they're proposing. So they're proposing a smaller building than our code allows. Same thing along State Road 92 Woodstock. They are, number 3, requesting to reduce the building in the build-to zone as well. So they've got smaller buildings instead of one really long building. Number 4 is to reduce the building setback from 50 feet to 40 feet. Number 5 is to allow parking within the 50-foot parking setback. So in Parkway Village, there's a requirement that there's a landscape buffer, and then there's also a parking setback as well, and they're asking to encroach into that. And then the last one is to allow more than 8 parking spaces between landscape islands. The original plan did show 2 locations. I think they're still asking for those same 2. The current plan actually shows a way for them to have less spaces in a row, but that might just be a change that the applicant can discuss. But we've left those in there as the 2 items they originally asked for, and they are included in their letter of intent. Staff recommendation is approval of the rezoning from Civic to Parkway Village with 5 conditions, which I'll read in just a moment, and then approval of 5 of the 6 requested variances. The 5 variances that we recommend approving are numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. We do not recommend approving number 5, which was allowing the parking within the 50-foot parking setback. The conditions are as follows. The owner-developer shall develop the property in substantial accordance with the site plan, and it is dated July 19th, 2022. The square footage of uses are not guaranteed, as a reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development permitting process. The owner-developer shall dedicate adequate road right-of-way located a minimum of 1 foot behind the proposed sidewalk required along Bowen Road and along State Road 92 Woodstock Road property frontages as required by the Roswell Department of Transportation and the Georgia Department of Transportation. Number 3, the currently proposed driveway access on Bowen Road near the intersection of Bowen and State Road 92 Woodstock Road shall be designed to minimize illegal left turns from the property onto southbound Bowen Road and must be approved by the City of Roswell Transportation Department. The owner-developer shall complete a preliminary and final plat, which will include the new property line boundaries, the right-of-way property swap, as I mentioned earlier, as well as dedication of right-of-way along both Bowen and 92. And then the final plat shall be recorded with Fulton County prior to the issuance of the first CO for the development. The owner-developer shall install sidewalks to allow for pedestrian connectivity from the sidewalks along Bowen Road and State Road 92 Woodstock to the interior of the development. One point of reference on the plat, the reason why we have that is that for commercial developments, we don't usually have the same step of plat documentation, but because of the right-of-way dedication that's required for this, we would take it through the typical plat process. It's just not something that we see very often for commercial developments. Planning Commission's recommendation at their May meeting was recommending approval of the rezoning with the same 5 conditions that staff brought forward. Planning Commission also recommended approval of the 5 concurrent variance requests, and denial of the 1 is recommended by staff. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, or we may have the applicant come up for their presentation.
So, by the way, let me check. In the back, Jamie, good to hear from Lenore. Can you hear it clearly?
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. All right, council, any comments or questions for Lenore or staff? Outstanding. Okay, being that there is no comments or questions from council at this moment, I'd like to ask the applicant to please come forward. Thank you, Lenore, very much. Welcome, sir. Please tell us who you are and where you're from and a little bit about your company.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Carl Westmoreland. My address is 3343 Peachtree Road. I'm representing Track West Partners. You'll hear about more about them and the project in a few minutes from Matt Whitmire. Sorry, sliding down. Right. The property, as you've heard, is at the southeast corner of Bowen and Highway 92. It's presently zoned Civic, and the reason for that is it's occupied by 2 churches. The proposal is for Parkway Village, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's also consistent with the zonings and uses in the area. It's across Highway 92 from the Target Shopping center is across Bowen from the CVS drugstore. It abuts the Orchards residential neighborhood on the east and south side. You'll hear more from them in a few minutes. The Methodist Church on the property has relocated. It is that property that's proposed to be bought and included in the commercial development. The Japanese church will stay. That is the source of the land exchange that you saw pointed out on the screen a few minutes ago. Obviously, once the church leaves the property, the Civic designation is inappropriate. There are conditions that have been worked out with the Orchards development, which address, among other items, the 40-foot buffer replanted as necessary with berms to increase screening, security fencing, limitations on lighting, limitations on construction hours, and to connect a stormwater pipe to that in the Orchards development. Right now, there's an overground flow of stormwater. This would resolve that problem. Staff's recommended approval. We're okay with the staff conditions. The only real point of discussion has been, and the reason for the couple of deferrals that we had, discussions with staff about the at Bowen Road access. Originally, it was proposed, as you saw in the February site plan, is full service. We now concur with the staff recommendation of allowing left in and prohibiting left out, so that you've got right in, right out, and left in only. Makes the most sense. That's consistent with the staff recommendation. And that is also the degree of access that we think is necessary to make the project viable. So with that, let me let Matt Whitmire from Track West come up and go through the site plan with you.
Thank you, Carl, Mr. Bromberg, Mr. Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time. For the sake of bringing you all up to speed with this project, which we have been working with city staff for nearly, well, since the end of last year, I'll try to take it from the top and bring you up to speed. My name is Matt Whitmire. I'm with Track West Partners. We are a local development company. We are in Atlanta. We are not local to Roswell, but we are local. We are capable in the sense that we have developed in our prior iterations before we formed our company at least 20 shopping centers of similar nature and of high quality around the Southeast. And it's important to us because we are local, that our reputation is at stake, and we take this redevelopment very seriously. The project is currently vacant property. It was the site of the Methodist Church before they merged congregations into a new location. And we are proposing a program that brings redevelopment to this property to meet the demands of the local consumers, the residents, and adding value to the neighborhood. What we're proposing is a relatively low density redevelopment. By contrast, our development is roughly 50,000 square feet. Across the street at the Target Center, that property is roughly 320,000 square feet. If you exclude Target out of that mix, it's still somewhere in the 150,000 square foot area. Also down the street, the Trader Joe's shopping center, it's roughly 200,000 square feet. So relative to the nearby properties of similar nature, we are much smaller and much more neighborhood oriented. We do have a lot of interest in this property from our tenants, rightfully so because of the city of Roswell and what it represents. We have high quality tenants in the restaurants, retailers, fitness uses, etc., all of which would be amenities to the area and to the neighborhood. These are generally everyday and family type uses, which we consider to be a neighborhood value. The request, as staff and as Carl outlined, is to rezone from Civic to Parkway Village. Though there are 6 variances requested, they're technical in nature, and we believe that the purpose and intent of the UDO and the Parkway Overlay District is met and enhanced, that we concur or we comply with all of those. As Carl noted, we are okay with all of the staff's recommendations and sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the word. The recommendations and the requirements of rezoning. Sorry about that. As I said, that we've been working with staff since November of 2001, and with generally speaking, the majority of the concerns that have been raised to us have been around traffic. Rightfully so in the city of Atlanta or the city of Roswell or anywhere nearby the city of Atlanta. Just for everyone's education, US 92 has about 50,000 vehicles per day on it. Bowen Road has about 7,000 vehicles per day on it. Our development is going to create some new trips, obviously, because it is underutilized now, and we're going to propose to build buildings on it. However, the Bowen Road, which seems to be the item of concern, there's less than 60 trips per hour in the peak condition coming southbound into Bowen Road, turning into our development in the proposed left turn lane. So that's less than 1 vehicle per minute, and I'll explain some of my thoughts on that in a moment, but that's really the crux of what we're asking for here, is concurrence with staff on what they've recommended. For history's sake, we originally proposed a full access drive in this location, which there are several examples of similar design around the city, all of which, or many of which, most of which are functioning well. However, over many spirited discussions with engineering and staff, who originally proposed a right-in, right-out at this location, we've reached a middle ground to have a left-in, but prohibiting left-out southbound on the Bowen Road. In my personal opinion, and the opinion of our engineer and arguably the city's engineer at this point, that is a preferred condition as opposed to a right-in, right-out only access in that driveway. Some of the implications if we were forced to implement a right-in, right-out access on Bowen Road, one, the project may or may not be feasible. It's highly likely that the project would not advance beyond this stage due to the unprotected and inefficient access into the property. If the project was to be developed, it would likely have subpar performance throughout its life cycle, and that has long-term effects on the value of the property and the value of the properties around it. If you think about a lot of the drugstores that were built 20 and 25 years ago in subpar conditions that are now vacant and just eyesores to the community. But even if we assume that that was not an issue, because you could argue that that's an issue for me and not for the community, one major concern that I would like to bring to the attention of mayor and council is traffic. If we don't design accordingly to give people safe access into the property, what's going to happen? We've estimated conservatively that 1 in 3 patrons, drivers of this project are going to turn onto Bowen Road, whether they're going eastbound or westbound on Highway 92. And if they arrive at that location and they can't get into the shopping center, one of two things will likely happen. They'll either make an illegal left turn, therefore creating a more dangerous situation for them and for others, or if they want to be law-abiding, they'll drive down to the nearest neighborhood, turn into the neighborhood, turn into a driveway, or go to a cul-de-sac to turn around and come back out. So that's something that will remain consistent over the course if this project is developed without a left-in. And one of the concerns, one of the most vocal and main concerns that we've heard from residents is the neighbors south on Bowen Road don't want traffic in their neighborhoods, and rightfully so, I understand. And so what I believe that we are proposing addresses that concern far more than the alternative of only proposing a right-in, right-out access onto Bowen Road. So what is a reasonable solution? My suggestion is that we design this program and this access under pragmatic conditions and provide drivers with a safe way to get into the property and preclude those drivers from going down south onto Bowen and creating more traffic for the residents to the south. We'll do that by physical barriers, not just striping in a sign that says don't turn left. There'll be raised medians or other things that if somebody wants to turn left, they are really, really, really going to have to try to turn left. And through months of discussion and through many spirited conversations with staff, I believe we've arrived at that situation. So, in closing, I know that there are residents here, probably here tonight, that would like to see the property remain as it is or at some other civic use or something other than what we proposed. And I understand that. But that's not for us to decide. That's for the owner of the property to decide, the church, and they decided to put it for sale. And we have worked in good faith with the city staff, the neighbors to our sides, to stakeholders, and to the extent of anybody that we were able to have an audience with, to be fair, to be open, to be transparent, and to design something that works for us as a for-profit corporation, but also for the residents of the area and for the betterment of the city. We acknowledge that nearly all the unresolved tension revolves around the Bowen Road access, and our engineers and the city staff engineers have fought hard on this one, and we feel like we're in the middle ground that makes sense for everybody. And I want to reiterate that if this property is ever going to be developed in a functional manner to ensure a long-term value to the neighborhood, proper access is going to be of paramount importance, whether it's us or somebody else. And over-restricting the access to the property on Bowen Road is going to, one of three things, or several: render the property vacant, negatively impact the quality of the development long-term, like I explained, with stores that can't make it work, or it's going to add traffic to the neighborhood, like I have on the screen here. And so Bowen Road access is really, really important, not to us, but just to the overall, to the neighborhood. And so my ask, Mr. Mayor, council members, you as elected leaders have formed a capable team with the staff, and you've charged them to roll out the vision of the residents and the elected leaders. And I firsthand have witnessed the stewardship, the responsibility that they take on this. It took us much longer to get to where we are, but I think we're there. And so my ask of you is to trust your staff, to let them fight the good fight, to get down in the weeds with us like they've been doing and what's asked of them. And I respectfully request that you vote in support of the application with the terms and conditions as they're recommended by staff.
Matt, thank you. Any other comments or thoughts from your team?
That'll be all.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you for your attorney's presentation. Before I turn it over to council for a minute, and maybe you can educate me a little bit. You can give me a little lesson about your business. So you mentioned you and your team have done 20 developments in the past, successful retail commercial developments. You mentioned that the Target project across the street was 300,000 square feet. If you take out Target, it's arguably 150,000 square feet. You mentioned that the Trader Joe's project down the street is arguably 200,000 square feet, and that the proposed square footage on this project is approximately 50,000 square feet. What's the average size of the commercial development you guys have done on your previous 20 projects?
Well, they vary up to 700,000 square feet in the high end of the spectrum. The low end of the spectrum was about 60,000 square feet. Nearly all of the developments that we did were grocery-anchored shopping centers. And so the smallest developments that we did were a 40,000 square foot grocery store and a minimum of at least 20,000 square feet of shops adjacent to it.
And this one is not a grocery anchored development, correct?
That's correct.
So can you just, and I mean this, can you educate me? How does this pencil at 50,000 square feet?
Well, the financial fundamentals of a shopping center development are that the anchor usually isn't accretive to the property.
Understood.
And so without an anchor, a 50,000 square foot grocery on this, it relies on the viability of the shop spaces and the smaller users. It's a balancing act, just like any other business is. Have to take everything into consideration, the value of the land, the rent that they're going to pay, the market conditions.
Are you getting a superior square footage, you believe, on your office space and your retail space at this versus, say, across the street?
Superior in the
superior pricing?
Superior pricing. Well, I would say that Roswell is in demand with retailers, and because of the projections of the sales that they will make because of Roswell and what it is, that they're willing and able to pay rent rates that support this project.
Is that superior than say, across the street?
It could be, possibly.
I would imagine you've done a performa, you would know that, correct?
I do.
Yeah.
It all has a number of factors to include. Larger spaces generally have a lower per square foot rent. Smaller spaces have a higher per square foot rent. There's factors as tenant improvements that play into it. And so it's very hard to compare just this is how much this is per square foot listed for lease versus this is how much it is per lease. There's just too many factors.
So you're saying that you won't be offering TI, for example, but you may be giving a comparable per square foot price?
That could be the case, yes.
Council, any thoughts or comments, questions for the applicant? Very good. Council, I think, is going to resist the temptation. Matt, God bless you, because I think there are a lot of people here who want to comment on it. So I would say buckle in for a long evening. At this time, just as this is a public hearing at this point, because we do have a zoning matter in front of us. Rules of public comments, those still matter in terms of it's a mayor's meeting. And so my request is obviously that you're a Roswell resident, and when you come up, you give us your address and you tell us where you're from, and that we'll limit your comments, forgive me, to 5 minutes at that time, at 5 minutes, don't mean to be rude, but I will cut you off at 5 minutes just to keep it consistent. So I will obviously do my best to try to keep some order, because I know there's a lot of people who want to talk. But at this time, and I'd ask you to respect one another as you come up, is there anybody from the public that would like to come up and speak on this item? Yes, sir, you in the front.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Donald Rotolo, and I live at 205 Waverly Hall Place here in Roswell. Generally, I'm in favor of developing this property, and I think the developer has brought a pretty good plan. I understand their concerns about left in and right in from Bowen Road. I'm not totally convinced that people coming that way couldn't either go all the way down 92 and make a right, or make a left off of Mountain Park Road and then cut across 3 lanes as everyone does and make a right. But my main concern is something else. Before I start with that, 2 drive-throughs in the PV zone is unprecedented in town. There's no other PV development that has 2 drive-throughs, so please keep that in mind. My greatest concern is the location of the drive-through restaurant on the corner, otherwise known as building number 1. It's, in my opinion, too close to the intersection. It's almost an eyesore. When you're coming down, crowding the corner is really an issue. You see this, and it's not a very good look for Roswell, especially since that particular corner, on one side is the park. CVS has this really large space in front of it. The Chase Bank has a large space in front of it. And now we're going to have this restaurant poked right into the corner there. What I'd really like to see is just to move the restaurant a little away from the corner. Now, I understand that a retail restaurant like that, a drive-through, call it a McDonald's for the sake of argument, depends on visibility for business. And the business and the entire shopping center should be viable. It's the right thing to do. But it's not really the look to have something really crowded up against the corner. So what I'd like to do is ask, as a condition of the rezoning, because you are rezoning, you can impose conditions that wouldn't normally be imposable, to ask them to try and make an accommodation to make building 1 somehow less in your face as you're coming from Woodstock towards the site. It could be something where they move the building. I see they have some room. They have plenty of parking space, almost 350 for a required 189. And I'm sure some landscaping would do nicely there too. Some combination of that. I'm not looking for them to make the project non-viable, that's all. That concludes my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you for yours. Yes, sir, right there in the middle. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity. By the way, I'm not a citizen, but I have a green card, so.
Are you a Roswell resident?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Tell us your name, sir, and where you live.
My name is Masato Nagai, pastor of Westminster Japanese Church.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
I usually speak Japanese every day, so I wish I could, but cannot
You
today,
can.
so.
Councilmember Palermo will interpret for the audience, so go ahead.
Print my statement, so allow me to read. Thank you. This is the second time to speak out all this place. Basically, my opinion is the same as the last time. I believe that this redevelopment plan will benefit the prosperity of the city of Roswell and the lives of citizens. However, at the last public hearing, several residents had concern about the increased traffic and they spoke against the project. Now, I have heard and understand their concern. With the exception of the driveway construction on south side, we as a church are supportive of this plan. I would like to express my opinion regarding the situation where the next church site has been abandoned for several years. I live right next to the church site, 365 days. So I understand that situation better than anyone. By the way, I'm also familiar with the traffic on the Bowen Road. The deer and raccoons are currently enjoying the church site after being discarded for several years, and I have no problem with that. I love nature. However, I do feel a little uneasy sometimes when I see cars parked in the parking lot of the church next door in the middle of the night. I don't know what they're doing, but as a resident, I do not want to see them there. Leaving the church site, this discarded state has the potential to increase a danger. I believe that there will be a negative for the city of Roswell and neighborhood. However, we understand that the opposition of the several residents due to the increasing traffic, but also feel deeply about the dangers of leaving that land vacant as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Yes, sir. Right there. Yes, sir. Right there at the front.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Bill Nethling. I'm a 47-year resident of the city of Roswell. My address is 10645 Woodstock Road. Some of you may know us as the house that has the horse that doesn't move. That's us. Been there for a long time. One thing, could I ask everybody from Northbrook to stand up? Thank you, folks. Obviously, we're all interested in the outcome of this rezoning. We have been dealing with this particular issue for about 2 years now. Prior to Northbrook taking over the property from Christ United Methodist Church, they were trying to market the property as well. They actually had a buyer, and the buyer was Whole Foods. And I'm not sure I'd really want to be up here talking to you all if they were going to try to put a Whole Foods in there. I really don't think that the neighborhood would particularly have liked that at all. But anyhow, after dealing with Whole Foods, we had a subcommittee that was formed, and we determined that we needed to try to find a developer that was going to be neighborhood friendly. And we had 5 offers on the property, and the prices that we were offered were within 5% of each other. But Track West had the best plan for what they proposed to do, and for what we felt that they were going to do for the neighborhood. We've had various discussions with Track West. They wanted to do some things that we really didn't agree with. And we were asked, as a matter of fact, to see if we could talk to somebody and see what was necessary to get that done. Well, we didn't want to do it. And that left-hand turn onto Bowen Road was one of the big issues. But they have decided they're not going to do that. So I think I can honestly tell you that we are 100% in favor of the development. I mean, we do need to sell the property. That'd be silly not to be in favor of it. But I truly believe that that's going to be a fine development. I think it'll be an addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Bill, thank you for joining us. Northbrook, thank you for joining us. So you mentioned, Bill, that you got 5 offers from developers, and you guys chose Track West because you like their plan the best.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the projects the pricing was all within 5% of each other from the 5
We
developers.
had one that was significantly lower, but they wanted to do residential. And the word that we got was we didn't want to see any residential. So that made that decision pretty easy for us. But the other 4 were within 5% of that. And they were going to do similar commercial developments.
You just seduced me into saying the word that you got. Where did this word come from?
We heard from, honestly don't remember who it was.
No worries. So
we were told that Roswell, it would have been multifamily, and multifamily was discouraged.
Understood. So you got 5 offers, and they were within 5% of pricing of one another. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that was how long? What was the time period on that?
I'm sorry?
How long ago was that?
We actually marketed it probably, it was pandemic era, like spring of 2020.
2020.
Yeah.
So it's now.
Then we moved into that when we struck a contract with Track West, and then they started into their pre-development conversations.
Has the price been reduced to you since that time period?
We have done a price reduction to help them make the concessions that they made to the orchards, to enable them to be able to do the buffer and to enable them to be able to do some other improvements to that property.
So you as a church reduced the price to help the developer to pencil the deal?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. By the way, welcome. We're all glad you're here. Thank you, guys. Bill, thank you for eloquent comments. Thank you, sir, very much.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir, I see you with your hand there in the corner.
Morning, or afternoon, evening. I've talked to a lot of y'all. I'm Scott Florence, 11285 Bowen Road. I come in opposition to the project because I drove around the past couple weeks and I just wanted to read off a few things, properties and developments around Roswell within 1 to 2 miles of this location. The Promenade, Crabapple Crossing, Crossville Village, the Bradstone, Roswell Center, Roswell Village, Roswell Town Center, Crossville Village, Roswell Professional Center, Creekside Center, Crossville Commons, Hackett Crossing, Mabry Village, Sandy Plains Village, and I got more and more. And these are all similar projects to a certain degree in size, and all of them have vacancies. All of them have a lot of empty spots. And that is one thing that I am worried about on this project here. Sure, a lot of people want to come to Roswell, but if a lot of people want to come to Roswell, these things should be packed. There should not be vacancies. And what causes vacancies, then you lower, as the developer said, the property value. And I just think because of the Super Target, Kings Plaza, all these properties around here, all of a sudden now you're developing an East Cobb complex. You've just got shopping centers, office buildings, parking lots that you're just destroying the land with. And it's not going to be, as one gentleman discussed and said, that it's not going to be aesthetically appealing. You've just got these big buildings on the side of the road where, especially on Bowen Road, which we just live about a half mile down the road, with traffic and just the community development and the neighborhood quality that we have there. And now the traffic is coming totally up from Johnson Ferry and going south, and it's just hard to get out of our streets. But I just feel like if this thing is so valuable, then why aren't these others getting filled? And we have so many already at the time. The other thing is just the increase in water drainage. I don't know, I'm pretty sure maybe y'all did do an environmental study on how much it's going to affect the drainage, storm drainage from more oil and gas pulling off the parking spots. But my main thing is Roswell is known for its aesthetic appeal, and I don't think this has that for that corner and for that area. That's my disagreement there.
Scott, thank you, sir. Thanks for your comments. Thanks very much. Yes, sir, in the very back. Welcome. Glad to see you. Please tell us, everybody.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name's Fred Jones, and my residence is 1085 Stonegate Court. I'm a Roswell resident. And what I'm opposed to is any left turn off of Bowen Road. Reason being, that's in a curve, and it's very blind in there. It's very dangerous. As we all know, there's a lot of traffic on Bowen Road. And when you're on Woodstock Road, attempting to make the left turn at that very busy intersection where there's a turn arrow, I'm afraid we're going to start to see cars back up because people are trying to make this left turn off of Bowen Road into this parking lot where we're going to have 2 drive-through restaurants, which concerns me. So that's my main concern, is more the danger standpoint of where that driveway would be, because it's in a curved area and it's blind spots in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Yes, sir. Right here in the corner, Councilmember Orleans, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm not speaking for or against the project, but I have some questions and thoughts on it. In the integrity of Parkway Village zoning, which once upon a time I was pretty involved in passing, 2 things that came up. Well, one, I want to congratulate the developer on putting the berm along the side of orchards when he doesn't have to. I mean, that was very nice of the developer to do that. And I wanted to emphasize the fact that staff has pulled variance 5, that they're not recommending that. And I would definitely not want or would like to see parking moved into the build to zone in Parkway Village, because that was one of the key elements of developing Parkway Village. So the other thing, the third point I have, the question of why they need a 10-foot cut into the build a line, because again, that buffer on Parkway Village and not building to it and not having parking right up to the street like normal shopping centers do was key elements for Parkway Village. And it seems he has a lot of extra parking spaces and green space. So I'm just wondering if maybe he can address why he needs to cut into that extra 10 feet of the build-a-line along 92. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Jerry. And I think council will address some of those thoughts, and Lenora may. If we don't, we'll come back. That's fair. Yes, ma'am, in the green, second row. Welcome.
Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Jane Milton. I'm the president of the HOA at the Orchards of Roswell. In January, I received a call from Mr. Whitmire about presenting his plan to our board, which he did. He also attended an HOA meeting, presented his plan again. We asked residents to write their questions down, which they did, and I sent him 3 pages of questions, which he came back to a meeting and answered all of them. I think our community and the Japanese church are impacted the most. We're the closest to the development. He's been very willing to answer any questions we have. He's walked our property and the church property several times with residents. He's addressed our concerns about security, drainage, stormwater, pest control, screening plants. I know a whole lot more about stormwater than I ever wanted to know, but anyhow, might be coming in handy. Our neighborhood has worked closely with him to work out things like security and screening plants and those kind of things. And I feel very confident that this proposal is going to be good for our neighborhood. And I think, as he asked in the beginning, that we could be good neighbors. I'm asking, therefore, that you pass this project and at the proposal as it was presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Yes, ma'am, in the very back with your hand up. Welcome.
Good evening. I have been.
You don't need a microphone. You can stay back there. We've already heard you. You're very effective.
I have been a resident of Roswell since the day I was born in 1972. So I'm born and raised here.
So you betray your youth. Obviously, you're very young. You may be too
I
young to
will
be
be
speaking
50 this
tonight,
year.
so I'm
Yes. I
So-
live at 210 Sussex Court, right off of Waverly Hall Drive. I am a stay-at-home mother, so I am in and out of my neighborhood and that intersection all day long.
Tell us who you are.
Lauren Jones.
Hey, Lauren. Thank you.
Hi. I'm very nervous.
Don't be.
I'm a little fired up and a little nervous. My concern is that intersection. So you're telling me the only way, if you are going westbound on 92 to get into that complex that they want to build, is to do a U-turn and go back facing east on 92 and then take a right? Is that the only way to get into that shopping center? Because you cannot turn left on Bowen and then turn left into the shopping center. So that's one concern. The other concern is the traffic. It's unbelievable. That traffic is, I'm so nervous. When you are turning south onto Bowen at that light, you cannot even, you have to have a green light to turn because that traffic goes so fast coming eastbound on 92. And it's up over a hill. So you're only having one light for all of these cars, people, to turn left and do a U-turn and then turn right into the complex. It just does not make sense at all. Or they could turn left on Bowen, not go left into the complex, but then turn and make a U-turn in Waverly Hall Drive and then have to go right into the complex. That does not make sense to me at all. My second thing is, do we already have leases and do we know what's going in there? Is it a McDonald's? Is it a Starbucks? What is it? What are these restaurants? What are these? And just like the man before, there are a lot of empty spaces around here. And Bowen Road is already a cut through for Cobb County to cut through, get on 92 and head up to hardscrabble to Alpharetta. It's already a cut through. And Cobb County calls it a cut through. They consider Jones Road and Bowen Road a cut through for them. So that will be even worse. I think the safety aspect of it is, I want to know how someone going west on 92 is able to get into that great shopping center with all these wonderful things that they want. They have to do a U-turn and then turn right. It just doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense. And it's different than Trader Joe's. So you have Trader Joe's, blah, 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 but that's not going into a residential, and this is a high-end residential street. Bowen Road, Stroop Road is a high-end residential area, period. You have a former Georgia football player living down the street. You had a former actor living down the street. And I don't see why, and I understand the church wants to make a profit, and I'm all about capitalism. That's not it at all. But this thing that wants to come into Roswell has not lived in Roswell. They have not spent not one day at that intersection, but how about a week or how about a month of all of the traffic that comes through, and you have one person, I know at 46, you have one person turning left onto Bowen Road, and they go slow to go into CVS. It's just, you have to live here to understand why we are really, really, really concerned and upset. Thank you.
Lauren, thank you. You did great. Yes, sir, in the very back. Yes, sir. Welcome. Welcome, sir. How you doing?
Very well. My name is Brent Curran. I've been a resident of Roswell for 24 years. I live on 210 Waverly Hall Drive, approximately 353 yards from the development. Excuse me. And my concern is the increased traffic. If you look at the corner of Bowen and Woodstock Road, it's typically littered with debris from accidents. The additional traffic that he said was going to come through there is my concern, as addition to Cobb County residents coming through as a cut through, as well as once school starts up. It's usually you can sit there up to 5-10 minutes waiting to get out of Waverly Hall Drive. So those are my concerns. If they could put an additional lane within that to the right in front of that, that would alleviate a little bit of it. But I'm also opposed to the two drive-through restaurants in that part. So those are my words. Thank you very much.
No, thank
Appreciate
you.
your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, in the green shirt. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Ed Rogers. I live at 1095 Idris Manor Drive. My wife and I are 20-year residents of Roswell and 20-year members of Northbrook United Methodist Church, and I was the church council chair when we merged Christ United Methodist Church into Northbrook United Methodist Church. Their membership had waned and they were not financially viable anymore. They came aboard with us and we took on the obligation of paying the mortgage on the property and all of that. So as Bill spoke earlier, we've worked for a couple of years in trying to select the right developer and then make concessions necessary for this project to go forward. We're very much in favor of this plan. We do want to close on the property. The sale will allow us to settle all of the debts and obligations of the former Christ United Methodist Church, all the debts and obligations of Northbrook United Methodist Church, and provide significant funds for expanding ministries, mission, and outreach in Roswell and here in North Fulton County. So we hope that you will support this project to go forward, and particularly the rezoning, which is necessary. Thank you.
I know you're instrumental. Your church is amazing, and the configuration of the two churches has been a great event. And I know you've been a wise financial steward through a lot of this. What confuses me is in being, I guess, having some experience with commercial deals, is I'm concerned that you, as a private seller, lowered your price to help a private developer. I'm thinking using the marketplace, you have a pricing schedule, you put it out there competitively. You got 5 prices from 5 viable developers. You made a choice in the free marketplace, you chose a developer, and yet somehow you guys decided to reduce the price to help the developer put a project together. That surprises me, to be quite frank with you.
I can respond to that.
Absolutely.
As the Track West came on board and started working closely with the orchards and with the Japanese church, there were significant concessions that they had to make and improvements in order to enable the land swap to occur, and then also settle all of those 3 pages of concerns of the orchards. And they told us, Track West told us the project would not be viable at the original price. And so we lowered it, not as much as they asked for, but we did lower it in order to help enable this to move forward.
I will just say you, as a resident, I just don't like a church having to meet the pricing. Look, the developer's a sophisticated entity. They know what they're doing. They understand land costs, they understand acquisition costs, they understand development costs. It doesn't make me real jump up for joy when it's the church that reduces its price. I just tell you, just as a resident, and I have a feeling that most people probably would feel the same way. It's like, no, 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 no. You got a good price for it. I hate that you had to reduce your price to help the developer out. The developer's a big boy or big girl, whatever they are. In this case, is a big boy. And they should know the deal going into it. And they should be able to figure out the deal. And should understand the ramifications of the zoning requirements of the city and of the neighbors that they're going in to infiltrate. It just bothers me personally as a resident that it's the church that conceded its price. Just personally bothers me. Just FYI, maybe nobody up here on the council agrees with me, but that just bothers me.
Yeah, we had to show a little bit of grace there to move this thing forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Larry Leibson. I'm from the Orchards of Roswell, 2306 Village Lane. I've been here 20 years. I'd like to say that I had reservations on the original project that came here, which was mentioned earlier about the Whole Foods. Something is going to come on that property by some seller, some buyer. That land is not going to stay vacant. So my concern always was, what's going to come there and how do we do it right? And with the prior development, my biggest concern was stormwater and traffic, especially with the Whole Foods, especially with the 80,000 square foot coverage. This is a much smaller project, and they work very closely with the township and the community. I'm comfortable with the stormwater. I had reservations with the traffic in both conditions, and I'm not a traffic engineer. A lot of people in this room have the same concerns that I do, some pluses, some minuses, and I support the traffic engineers of the town, of the city. They're my experts, and so I think this is a very good project for the land and for the general community. If the shopping center goes bad because of spaces down the road, that's his problem. But if he's willing to put the money into it, that's his decision. But if the project is done right, as the township says, I support it strongly, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would just say that the only thing I would take issue with is, you're right, it is a developer problem, but it's a community problem. When you have developments fail, that is a community issue, and it affects the community, not just from an aesthetic perspective, but from a real estate and quality of life perspective. So I will tell you that I can't completely, when you said that statement, I can't let you walk with that and not disagree with you publicly on that. So with all due respect.
That's fine, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, though, very much. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is John Holt. I live at 205 Sussex Court, and I was here last, I guess, May for the Planning and Zoning meeting. I appreciate everybody's time and letting us speak here today. So I was at the last meeting, their engineer had said something about around 3,000 more cars a day through that intersection, and I believe that you just had said something around 7,000 cars a day travel on that road now. That seems like a lot more traffic to me. So that absolutely is a huge concern, I think. And I live right over here on this map. I'm the first neighborhood on the right-hand side. And, you know, so we're absolutely, I've been on the Facebook group page for Waverly Hall, Habersham Downs, and Steeplechase, and lots of people have been voicing their concerns about the traffic, and clearly so has other people here tonight, so I apologize for beating a dead horse. Also, issues of concerns that lots of people have asked me to voice with y'all tonight was the noise and light pollution that this is going to increase that we're already dealing with along 92. When you're in our neighborhoods, you can hear them racing down the highways, you know, sound like you're almost at the drag strip, you know, depending on what time of night it is and if it's on the weekends. So how is more developments, a fast food restaurant like that, going to continue to increase more transients in that area, again, through the intersection as well? Another point I wanted to talk about is how is this going to affect Lita Thompson, the crown jewel of the Roswell Park system that's right across the street, that's not being talked about at all. The patrons of these restaurants, fast food, these aren't going to be the local people that live right there. These are just going to be people traveling up and down 92. And how does that impact the park? Has that been thought about or considered at all? Also, some other points I wanted to touch on is why are we allowing all of these variances? Variances are to keep us all on the same page of approved building codes that have been agreed upon by everybody already. And they're coming in and asking for half a dozen variances on this. That just seems like maybe we're trying to put too many buildings into this space, or maybe too many fast food restaurants into this space. And I do agree with the first person that came up and spoke from the public that hanging out this fast food restaurant on this corner does seem like a very unsightly thing that's not really going to fit in well with the neighborhood. If you look at that CVS, it's set back off the road with built up with berms around it with lots of landscaping that is always blooming and kind of covering up some. If COVID didn't show us anything, that there's not so much of a need for brick and mortar, I would say just ask the Mims Properties, whose signs I see all over town that says vacancies and space for lease. How much more do we need? I'll just wrap up with saying that, you know, I didn't spend $600,000 on a house that to look at the back of a fast food restaurant. I have 3 young boys that I moved out here from downtown Atlanta to have a good upbringing with the ability to run around and not being worried about hit by a car that might be trying to bust a Yui because they can't get into this place the way that they want to. If this does pass, you know, I understand you can't stop progress, but maybe we can help mitigate some of the impact that it has on the local people who live right around here, because it's nothing but residential around this. Is that, you know, maybe we could look at adding some more berms in on the residential sides and landscaping, hard landscaping that will be maintained into perpetuity. This will at least block the lines of cars that will be going around the buildings and the dumpsters and the grease traps that are going to get pumped out, things that people might not initially think about when, you know, approving a project like this. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. I know there's a few more people who still want to, I think, make some comments. Yes, sir.
Mayor and council.
Welcome.
My name is Bill Powell. I live at 110 Waverly Hall Close. I've lived there for 30 years. I've been a Roswell resident for 40 years total. I'm very much opposed to this project. I don't think it's a viable project. I think we're going to end up with an eyesore there over time. If you look at the vacancy rates that have been discussed already today, or tonight, I'm sorry, there's plenty of space in Roswell to put restaurants or business, retail office or whatever else you want to put in without this. I do understand the immediate neighbors' approval of this. It gets rid of a blighted property for them, takes care of some issues they have. On the other, but they don't have to deal with the traffic that I have to deal with as a resident in a neighborhood off Bowen Road. My concern is that what's going to happen if you cannot take a left out of that parking lot, which is actually the only good thing about this project that makes any sense, onto Bowen Road. Taking a left off of Bowen Road into that shopping center is you've basically got clearance of about 90 feet from the intersection to where that would happen. After a certain period of time, I think people will understand, well, this isn't going to work, the heck with this. The restaurant's going to say, why aren't we getting customers, why aren't we getting patrons? And it's going to be because they can't get in there. It's one of the reasons why that church didn't make it. It's access. It's unfortunate, but in order for this to really work, they need a bigger parcel. Thank you.
I really appreciate your comments. I just want to add something to you, just from an informational perspective, for what it's worth, and this is just edification. It's not a comment on the approval or not approval, but it is fascinating that there is a reality, particularly since COVID. So a standalone restaurant, a standalone fast food or casual restaurant or fast casual restaurant that has a drive-through, and the basic sector of their economy is that they need 60 to 70% of their transactions to happen through drive-through. The second thing that's happened through the COVID dynamic is that restaurants in the QSR or fast casual segment have had to increase their sales on the digital side anywhere and make 10 to 20% of their sales be on the digital platform. What does that mean? That means those sales are coming either from their own internal online applications, or they're coming from a third-party application like Uber, DoorDash, et cetera, i.e., that means there's a car coming. So it is interesting to note, and I don't know if this was part of the conversation with community development or transportation, but when you're factoring in cars, you have to factor in not just the regular agenda of cars, but you have to factor in the transactions that may come from additional commercial traffic that may not be part of the normal dynamic, particularly to support a particular institution of business, i.e., a fast food or QSR or fast casual restaurant. And I haven't heard any discussion of that from the applicant, so I'd be fascinated by that. I'm sure the applicant will educate us on that matter. Do I have any other comments from our public? I really appreciate all of you being here tonight. This matter is far from over because the applicant will come back up and address some of their concerns from some of the comments that have been made. I know the council is looking forward to making some comments as well. So Matt, would you and your team like to come back up and address some of the comments that have been made?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly before Matt gets back up to answer development questions, I think the sort of threshold issue here is, what do you do with this property? It's vacant. It's zoned to a classification that really can't do anything other than put another church on it. That apparently is not going to happen. It's the land use plan says it's appropriate for Parkway Village. That's what we've asked for. With regard to negotiations with the church, there's some give and take on that, as there is with two commercial developers, not just a institution like a church. But I would say that I suspect they think that a lower price is better than no sale. The question is, what do you do with the property? If it can't be retail, it's not likely to be residential. It's certainly, I suppose, not likely to be a multifamily. It's not going to be office. What do you do? It's a balancing of the equities to try to resolve a problem that the church has got and come up with a development that's viable for the developer. I'll let Matt answer those questions, but I think the status quo is not good. We've got to figure out something that we can do here.
Thank you, sir. Matt? Matt, I promise you we didn't do that to you intentionally.
You've got me all flustered. I can't even walk. So there were a lot of comments, and I did my best to take notes of all of them. I will try to address them, not in any one particular order. However, Mr. Mayor, you seem to hone in on the financials of the project and the deal structure that we have with the church. And I want to be very clear and transparent with you that the reductions in pricing were only to, in fact, they don't even cover the concessions that were made to our neighbors to be good neighbors. On the terms of percentage, they were very low relative to the overall percentage. I would imagine that I'm under some sort of NDAs in our contract, so I can't speak to the actual dollar values. But I want to be just very, very clear that there wasn't exploitation of us over the church financially. The church is represented by commercial brokers. There are negotiations, there's give and take. Like I said, we asked for the value of what it would take to provide the improvements to the Japanese church and to provide the safety concerns and the visual concerns and the landscaping concerns and all of those other things to our neighbors, the orchards, and we gave on those as well. So it was, the church obviously came to the table with some funds to advance that, as did we in our program. So I just want to be really clear about that. And then also segueing into keeping developments from failing, it was mentioned, I think, by you and also others in the audience here that a failed development is bad for the overall neighborhood and the overall city, which I completely agree with. Further, just to iterate or reiterate the balancing act that this property takes, because we don't have a 50,000 square foot anchor that is generating a baseline income. So it is a very balancing act to provide something that is in line with what the Parkway Village Overlay District, the Unified, the code, all of those factors. And we do believe that this is a fair meeting of the middle grounds. All right, so I would say that to the concerns of the restaurant, the drive-through restaurant at the corner, and Mr. Mayor, to your point that post-COVID, these restaurants, QSRs, fast casuals, casual restaurants, are all moving to a car-centric, or at least car, their tenants, their clients are using cars. Panera Bread is a perfect example. In the last 25 years has been in places just like this, without a drive-through or a pickup window is probably the better term for them. And now in all of the new projects, they make that a requirement. So though I am under non-disclosure agreements with the tenants that we're speaking with, they're not McDonald's, they're not Burger Kings or Taco Bells or entities or companies that have historically primarily relied on drive-through traffic. So these are, I would refer to them more as pickup windows than I would drive-throughs, but they are cars that are coming to pick up food from them. Landscaping came up. That's something that is easily solvable. I mean, the Parkway Overlay District requires enhanced landscaping. I'm happy to enhance the landscaping beyond that, particularly on Bowen Road, where the properties do get close to the right-of-way. That's something that is on the table, and we would happily work with staff to do something that is deemed responsible development there. To the gentleman who mentioned the patrons of this proposed shopping center and how that relates to the park nearby, and also with the traffic on Bowen Road and the 7,000 versus 3,000 cars, the numbers can be misleading and difficult to comprehend and understand. That's why traffic engineers have engineering degrees to argue those points. In layman's terms, there were not 3,000 more cars on Bowen Road per day. In fact, the 2/3 of any trips that come in and out of this development will come on and off of Bowen, or off of US 92, not on Bowen Road. And so that's a rabbit hole that can go deep, and I'm not the person to fully explain those items. That's why we have the traffic engineers. But just to clearly address that concern, there will not be 3,000 more cars per day on a 7,000 vehicle per day road. To my point of at the peak hours per the traffic impact analysis that was performed by us and concurred by city staff, at peak hours, the left turn in off of Bowen Road, so southbound on Bowen into our development, is less than 60 vehicles per hour coming into that. We have proposed an additional lane on Bowen Road to support a dedicated left turn into that, the shopping center, which has stacking of, I don't know off of the top of my head, but something in the neighborhood of 100 or so feet, which when one vehicle per hour on average during the peak hour is coming in, there's adequate storage such that traffic will not back up into Woodstock Highway under design conditions. We know that reality is different sometimes, and people make dumb decisions and cause waves that, that we can't control. To the ma'am who was talking about the U-turns on Highway 92, that is exactly what we are proposing not to do. We are proposing to have a left turn into the property so that people do not have to make that U-turn, which we totally agree is a dangerous maneuver in a vehicle at this intersection. So those people that are turning left into our shopping development from westbound Woodstock Road, what we are advocating for and what we are asking for is an opportunity for them to be able to turn left under a protected left turn condition into our development and not go into Waverly Hall neighborhood to turn around in the neighborhood. So that, I think we are on the same, even though we may not realize it, we're on the same wavelength there. There was a lot of comments about vacant properties. That's theoretical in nature, and it's something that we could argue for hours, but there are life cycles to built environments, shopping centers, neighborhoods, office buildings, baseball stadiums, everything. They fall in and out of vogue and in and out of favor. Sometimes it's due to poor design, sometimes it's due to access, sometimes it's due to a whole host of macroeconomic factors. But to say that because there are vacant shopping centers that are maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 years old, that therefore there should not be new developments made, that I just don't know that that's justifiable from a planning and urban planning perspective. There are probably better uses for those properties, and maybe in the next iteration of their life cycle, they will turn into something that is more congruent with what current market demands are. The gentleman who was asking about the PV and why the 10-foot reduction to the build-to zone, again, it was a technical result of engineering the site. It's not something that I don't feel it detracts from the character of the overall overlay district to have that building within 10 foot closer than the 50-foot setback to be within the 40-foot setback. I do understand and hear you related to the parking spaces that are between the building and Woodstock Highway in that zone, and that's, I think, a fair statement. But due to the geometry of the site and due to the fact that we are trying to create smaller buildings that have more of a neighborhood feel, some of the percentages of the building faces within those zones and things like that just mathematically worked out to be requiring a variance. To the gentleman who noted that there were too many variances, I agree, 6 variances are typically a lot of variances to ask for. However, I think if you take them into a whole consideration, that they are not detracting from the overall intent of what was envisioned with the Parkway Overlay District. The noise and light pollution, another fair concern with regards to anything that's being developed. Light pollution is very easy in the sense that it's calculated with foot candles and engineers, and light pollution cannot spill over property lines. That's a relatively new thing. 20 years ago, that may not have been the case with shopping centers. Today it is, and we will concur and we will adhere to those requirements. Noise pollution, obviously this development has nothing to do with cars racing up and down the highway. We can't control that, neither can you, and so I'm not proposing any of uses here that will create generally more noise than anything else that's currently, yes, agreed, it's a vacant site, so it arguably has zero noise right now, but none of the uses are late night uses. There aren't vehicles. Yes, a trash truck will come, during hours that, by the way, that was a thing that we had to agree with with the orchards, that those deliveries and the trash trucks and all of those things happen during reasonable business hours and not in the middle of the night. So I think noise pollution is probably pretty low on the risk scale. I think I've added or I've commented on most of the notes that I made. And so I'm...
Matt, we'll be glad to allow you to come back up and address anything. And by the way, I've got good news. You're right. You are not responsible for that racetrack driving. That is not your problem. We are, and it is being solved. I just want to let you know in terms of protecting anybody that's both a private and commercial user up down 92. I got a question, though. It just kind of struck me, and I apologize for my ignorance on this. I know that you and your partners have developed successfully 20 commercial retail developments, anywhere you've said from 60,000 to 700,000 square feet, which is congratulations. It takes a great deal of competence and skill to do that. Do you still own any of those 20 developments?
My role with the majority of those shopping center developments was not in the ownership capacity.
Okay, so you were working for another development company as a senior management person in a significant role executing, developing the property.
That's correct.
And so how about Track West? How many properties have you guys actually developed yourselves?
We currently have about 20 properties in our portfolio.
Have you developed those 20 portfolios?
Yes.
And so you developed them and then you retained ownership of the 20 developments?
With some of them, yes.
So what percentage of those that you have sold off and what percentage have you kept?
We've sold about 25% of those.
25%. And what usually leads you to sell a project or keep a project from a standpoint of your thinking from an economic perspective?
Well, the project itself and the nuances or the characteristics of that property and market conditions.
What's the likelihood of this project being sold off?
At some point in the future, 100%. I mean, no property with the exception of very, very few.
Exactly.
However, I would say that it's not anticipated for this to be a merchant development in the sense, for those that aren't familiar with that term, of selling it as immediately upon completion. But we don't know. I mean, anything is possible because of a whole host of factors, but we envision this as being a long-term property for our portfolio.
You mentioned your NDAs earlier. What percentage of the 50,000 square feet is speculative at this point?
I would say that we have interested parties and or leases under 90% of the property right now.
So 90% you would consider non-speculative and you consider 10% speculative?
I would say that today as it stands, we could lease 90% of the property.
At market rates or above?
At market rates.
Thank you, Matt. I know that, thank you for your elegance and time. Council, the floor is yours. Any council member? Councilmember Palermo? Sorry, this way.
I'm going to actually yield my time to Councilman Vanstrom, if that's all right, Mayor.
Councilmember Dr. Peter Vanstrom.
Can I ask Dave Cox to come forward, please?
Matt, do you, and I won't expect you to say yes to this, do you have, I know you consulted transportation engineers. I wouldn't expect you to have brought one tonight. You don't have one with you, do you?
I do.
Okay, you might need them.
Okay.
Abdul with A&R Engineering.
Dave, can you bring up, okay, we've got the site plan up, the revised, and then we should have an original as well.
I'll ask Lenore to help with that in a moment.
And I know she could probably answer all these questions too, but
oh, that'd be good.
You looked so comfortable sitting back there, I wanted to interrupt you. I'm just curious, where from the original to the final site plan is that extra lane coming from? Are we increasing the width of that road? You're getting that what's proposed as that left turn lane into the complex? How are we making that an extra lane?
The road right now, Bowen Road, would be widened slightly to accommodate the new left turn lane in to the subdivision, or sorry, the development. Also, they are maintaining the left turn lane northbound to turn west onto Highway 92. They're also keeping the through lane to Mountain Park Road. And in this drawing here, they want to make sure they maintain the right turn lane, which angles out just north of their proposed driveway. So there would be some widening of the road here. The developer, when we met with GDOT, discussed that a little bit, how that might impact their intersection at Highway 92. GDOT made them aware they might have to reconstruct some small portions on the southeast quadrant of that intersection to maintain the pedestrian island, that we call it a pork chop island, on the southeast quadrant, as that might have to be extended or moved slightly to the south or east, and to maintain that turn lane. So there would be some road widening. The road would probably be widened anywhere from probably 10 to 15 feet.
Could you gain more if you went further into their property? And would it be helpful?
Well, it's my understanding that the side of the roadway on the CVS side, the west side of Bowen Road, would be unimpacted. That curb line would likely remain where it is, and any widening would occur to the east side of the road onto the developer's property.
Okay. And does transportation feel like that's adequate to create enough room, that extra lane, to allow traffic to continue to flow while backing up on that lane?
So that was one of our primary concerns. They did move the driveway further south. I believe it moved 15 to 20 feet further south than their original concept. We do commend them for removing the left out. That was our primary concern in the drawing on the left. Given the queuing there, we thought sight distance of those queued vehicles would be a major concern, and that was a concession the developer made. Regarding the left turn in, I believe that's about 90 feet. I believe Matt said it was about 100 feet. So we could believe that will hold between 5 and 7 cars. GDOT will also be looking at this when they see their plans as well. And I don't know if Lenore mentioned it in our comments. She might have said it earlier. One of our comments was to put in a do not block the box at the entrance to the driveway. That would be the painted striping you see that makes the little checkered pattern. And we put signage up to make sure that that is an attempt to make sure vehicles don't block that. Now, can signs be ignored? Yes. Can pavement or paint on the ground be ignored? Yes, it happens every day. But we would insist on that to prevent any queuing on that southbound left in. And as Matt said, the traffic that they indicated was approximately 60 cars during peak hour turning into the subdivision or the development. Also, with the other right in, right out on Highway 92, it's likely that other cars may use that entrance as well, whether they're coming from Mountain Park Road, or if it's a green light, they're traveling eastbound on State Route 92, they might travel through the intersection and use the right in, right out on Highway 92 as well. It really just depends on what their destination is within the development. If it's, one of the other out parcels or the fast food restaurant, it's really up to the driver's choice, and that's hard to predict.
Okay, and you being much more the transportation expert than the folks that have spoken, and I appreciate everybody's comments. What do you believe that there potentially is a safety issue backing up with the you're saying 5 to 6 cars that would fit into that left turn lane? Is it going to be a continuous flow of traffic, or is there a potential for a problem?
There's always a potential for a problem. Even the best designed roads can have issues. We hope the do not block the box sign or markings would prevent that. But there could be a case where cars do queue up. That is one of GDOT's primary concerns that they'll be looking at when they review this at a later date. Would it possibly affect their intersection? Because that is the last thing they want. They don't want cars queuing up into their Highway 92 intersection, given the 40-something thousand cars that are going through there every day. And it also could be an operational problem for them. So they'll be looking at that very closely.
Okay, thank you. You have some. Did you want to make any more comments?
Sure, yes, please.
You can just walk.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, walk up. You don't even need the microphone. Yeah, just walk up. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Abdul Mayor. I'm a traffic engineer with A&R Engineering.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Only thing I wanted to add to what was just said was that the southbound left turn movement, we looked at it through very sophisticated micro simulation type of modeling techniques, shared it with the city staff, and we feel pretty confident that the southbound left turn will not back into the intersection of State Route 92, given the magnitude of the project and alternate access it has on 92. If this was the only place they could turn left in, I would be concerned. But since Highway 92 will have cars pulling in from the right-in movement, I feel pretty good that we have enough storage here in the design we created to not have spill out from that left turn lane. Here's a simple math. 1 car a minute is what we're projecting in the worst hour of the day. Rest of the time, it should be less cars than that. So 1 car per minute, and think of it as a signal timing at the signal of 92 on Bowen Road. Georgia DOT currently operates it at a pretty large cycle length, meaning it turns green on Bowen Road every 2.5, 3 minutes, somewhere there, which is as long as they would run on a major corridor like this. So Bowen Road gets a green light every 2.5, 3 minutes. So if even nobody could turn left into the project while this is cycle and their chance is coming to turn green and all the folks on Bowen Road discharge, you're still talking at the rate of 1 car per minute, 2 to 3 cars for that cycle length, if you want to just go along with that argument. Assuming no one can turn into the development when Bowen Road is red, which will likely not be the case. That will be the case only when traffic backs up all the way. Then you're at the mercy of somebody stopping and do not block the strike in front of the driveway. So there are a lot of things that we have taken into account that gives us pretty good level of confidence that this left turn movement should not create problem. We have designed it adequately.
Peter, you got it, sir?
Dave, I just want to make sure what we've got now is we actually have a queue, and you just said there's a potential that it will back up in everything you just said, because I'm just trying to understand, either the light's going to turn red and then people are going to be left, they can't get across still, or the light's going to turn red when they're turning right and they can't turn right because they can't fill that queue.
Maybe you misheard me. I was not saying queues from the southbound left turn will back out of it. What I was saying was there will be times when northbound queue on Bowen Road from the signal may back up to the driveway. It happens today.
Okay.
It will happen in the future.
Okay.
But only when it backs up all the way up to the driveway is when the southbound left turners are at the mercy of people stopping at the do not block. So that's only a fraction of the time is what I was saying.
Okay. Anything you'd like to say to follow up?
No, that's correct. There is a concern that could back up, but if only a handful of cars are turning in, they would have the option to make the left if the do not block the box is not occupied or being violated by other motorists. The other thing I was going to point out was the traffic light. Generally, the left turn from westbound 92 to southbound Bowen Road, that is a controlled left. That's the red arrow, the solid red arrow. So it only turns green every cycle. That's about 2.5 minutes. So that will flush out. And then at that time, they get the first movement as soon as the Bowen Road clears out. So the likelihood of that being queued up at that time is low because it had just been flushed out from the previous green light, and then the left turners from westbound 92 make their move. So it's not likely that it would be filled up by then. It usually fills up every 2 to 2.5 minutes during the length of the entire signal cycle.
I'm just kind of curious. I mean, I've lived there. It just so happens, Matt, that's my corner. I've been traveling there for 24 years, north and south, east and west. I know that corner better than I know any other corner in the city of Roswell. So I'm fascinated by some of the conclusions on the backup. And I'm fascinated by the math. I'm just a simple country boy, not that smart. But I'm fascinated how we get to, well, it may not be a problem, but I'm there today, it's already a problem. I'm fascinated how we don't see that there's an existing problem. I'm just confused. There's a problem there today. I don't understand how we're not already at least saying we have a problem today, not even talking about a potential problem. So again, I'm not that clever and I'm not that smart, but I can see when I have a problem, I'm going to say I have a problem. And I haven't heard that. There is a problem there today at Bowen Road on the 2.5-minute cycle. If you travel that routinely, you know that. That is an experience. So I'm fascinated when that's not part of this discussion. So forgive me, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Just while we're on this topic of I'm sure we're going to hit all of the points, but I do have some concerns. I have been at that CVS, and I've exited the CVS to take a left turn. And it is sketchy at best to try and take a left turn out of there. You're coming up a little bit of an incline. You've got cars coming south. You've got cars going north. And you take your life in your hands to take that left. Now, the driveway is not directly across. It's further down. They don't face each other, so it's more dangerous. And those people are going to have to jump out two rows of traffic because there's a left turn lane. So you have left turn cars now that you're trying to navigate, and hopefully the X in the box is in that area. I'm not sure where the X in the box will be. I think it's an extremely dangerous situation. I'm on that road all the time as well. It is completely backed up. It's a disaster, that intersection. I just don't see how this would improve any of that.
Gentlemen?
Obviously, I'm not the engineer, and so I can only answer some of those questions. I do agree with you that the left exit out of CVS's driveway is sketchy at best today. However, there's nothing that we, as proposing in this development, have authority to rectify any of those design situations or flaws. And as Mr. Cox said, originally we had proposed a left out of our property onto Bowen Road, which would be a similar experience, I would say, coming out of our development, going south and left onto Bowen Road. And we have conceded that point and have a physical structure prohibiting people from making that movement, which really only leaves, as far as your point is concerned, the folks that are turning left out of CVS, which, again, to Mayor Wilson's point, there's a problem there now most of the time with cars in the turn lanes while they're waiting at the traffic light queuing past that current intersection. And the only real improvement that's available to that is with signage and striping to try to educate folks, drivers that are there, that they shouldn't be there, that there should give some people some room. So noted, I guess, is my only comment to that.
Thank you, Matt. Dave, you staying up there?
No, I think Matt said exactly what I would have said. It is a challenging situation. It is unfortunate. However, the CVS driveway was built many, many years ago, and it may have been designed differently if it had gone through today's.
Here's the thing, Dave. You're a brilliant man. I really respect your opinion. But if I'd put in Abdul, Matt, and yourself, and we'd gone in the car and we'd gone traveling up and down that thing 2 years ago, and we'd say, well, damn, I couldn't do this here. There's no way. How can I can't, I'm backed up. How can I create any kind of ingress there? I don't understand how it's even gotten into the consequence of thinking that there's even any kind of a thought about a left-hand turn or a left-in turn. I really don't. I don't understand how it's going to become part of the discussion. If we three had gotten in the car before and we'd driven there and just sat there gone back and forth any time of day, I don't think you would have come to the conclusion that left in at any part of that ingress was a good idea. I'm just confused how we got to this point. I am really confused how we got this far along. And I apologize, I'm not looking for applause. I'm just saying, as a resident, 24 years going back and forth there, I would have been happy to take you there, get in the car with me and said, you tell me how, as a commercial developer, we're going to solve this, right? Because we are pro-development. We want development projects to happen. I just don't understand how this works on Bowen. I don't. I do not understand it. And I haven't heard anything tonight that changes my perspective. And I'm open to it. Like, please, with all due respect, we hope, quote, unquote, is not a strategy that I'm willing to put this city at risk on anybody's project, because that's not a strategy. We hope is not a strategy. We hope if we put the little, what's the thing, Dan, that the block, don't block the, what do you? Block the box. Don't block the box. We hope that's gonna work. That ain't a strategy. That's a strategy for failure. Yes, sir.
Noted, definitely. You have clearly have more experience at this intersection than most anybody in this room. So I am in no way trying to tell you something that you don't know. To answer your question directly, there are two key physical design tools that have been implemented in this design to provide an opportunity for a driver to turn left into the property. One is by adding a lane to Bowen Road. Currently, there is no way, you're right, if there was not a dedicated left turn lane that engineering calculations-wise has adequate capacity to store anybody that might be waiting for a clearing in the blockage to turn into the property. So number one is adding a lane to the road, to answer that question. Number two is alternate control structures or measures in the form of a painted sign and do not block the box, which arguably, I don't know legally if it's the same as a stop sign or not, but I would say arguably is the same mechanism as a stop sign would be. And so that's my answer to your two questions.
Thank you, Matt. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I think this is a very healthy dialogue. This is obviously an important decision to make tonight. I do want to say, and something I certainly take very seriously, which I appreciate from the applicant, from the church, is all the work with the orchards and all the effort that was put in supporting the neighborhood right there. So that's certainly very important to me. And there's some things I see myself supporting tonight that I think I wouldn't normally support, except given just all the tangible actions to support the neighborhood right there. And at the same time, what I also have to focus on is support for the neighborhoods that would also be affected on Bowen Road. And I think that's an important part of the discussion tonight as well. And with that, I certainly have a question for this council where I'm not sure where I stand. So I want to, if anything, raise a question without an answer in my mind. However, first, I want to say a couple things I do feel strongly about. And so therefore, this is not a question for the mayor and council, but instead a statement of my belief. So in this updated revised plan, where you show that it's only right only instead of, it's only right out instead of having a left out as well. I think that's certainly an improvement. And you mentioned the raised structure that you put right here, which I think is a good thing. However, I'd say that raised structure that I see in the drawing does not go far enough, because I certainly have a number of examples around Roswell where I feel there could be a raised structure like that, and it's still pretty easy for someone that wants to then just take a left turn. And so if I'm going to end up supporting something tonight, certainly a big part of it would be having an increased raised structure there that absolutely makes it very, very difficult for anybody that's going to want to ever try to illegally turn left on Bowen. So that's number one. Number two, anyone that's followed me for any rezonings for more intense uses over the years perhaps won't be surprised by this. It's something that might help. Actually, the first gentleman that spoke and someone else had mentioned about it later, but just the proximity, appearance, et cetera, of the corner. And anytime I've supported more intense uses, there's frankly the current sidewalk plans are frankly a lot more narrow than they should be. So something that I'll be discussing and wanting to discuss is wider sidewalks on Bowen Road and Crossville. So that's something I want to discuss tonight as well. But now here's really the meat of the discussion that really is my question for mayor and council, and based on this great discussion that I'm hearing. knowing that it's so important that we're protecting the character of the Bowen Road area, the impact, all those different aspects, and all this discussion of the challenges or risks associated with a left-in. There's the part of me that certainly is just having major concerns in general with a left-in, and so that's something I think we should be discussing. At the same time, I also want to discuss both sides of the issue, which actually I think you've done an excellent job of presenting, and I know another resident has brought up. On one side, I think there's benefits to having right out and right in only. I think there's benefits to that happening. And that's what I'd like this council to discuss. At the same time, I would like to also discuss the downsides and the disadvantages of that potentially happening, which are twofold. One, which is the bringing up that if it is only right in on Bowen, then creating more U-turns right there on 92, as well as creating the potential, as you showed with your drawing, of people doing U-turns, et cetera, on Bowen Road to turn around and then legally come back. So that's one risk of just how does that affect the traffic pattern. And then the other one is making sure that obviously any development, any rezoning, anything like that's gonna be approved by mayor and council. Obviously, we want to see it be successful, and frankly be successful for all the neighbors, and just the risk there of thinking about what that impact is of around it. And again, I see both sides. So as I mentioned, obviously, I strongly know what my position is on the first two items. This one I don't know, and that's the discussion I'd love to hear from this mayor and council, both the pros and cons of these two potential paths.
Thanks, Mike. Lee, you got anything you want to say? By the way, can I just say something, kind of general comment? It's interesting, and Matt, I think obviously you're very smart, and I think you were very smart to go to the orchards and to the Japanese church. That made sense, their enjoyment to this property. But one of the things that's fascinating is, this is about a community, and it's not just the orchards and not just the church that are impacted, right? It's all the other adjoining neighborhoods that are impacted. And I think, just from a perspective of, there's been a lot, well, we're from the orchards, and some of us support it, some of us don't. We're from the church, we support it. Outstanding. But there are a lot of other neighbors that have a significant piece or stake in their perspective. And I find that interesting that they haven't been really included in the discussion. There's a general, obviously, perspective from people in the adjoining area, like myself. But I don't think there's any greater credibility just because you're from the orchards or from the church in terms of acknowledging and wanting the product. Because there are adjoining lots of other neighbors whose perspective is just as important. Anyway, that's Leah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I know somebody had mentioned about the open green space on the corner of CVS, and I agree. If you look also catty corner from that, you've got a bank on the corner that sits way back, so you've got a lot of green space there. And then you've got Lita Thompson, which is as green as can be on that corner. What's being proposed here is smack dab on the corner. If you drove by there earlier today, that was me in the pink pants with my tape measure measuring out there, and it is very concerning that an area all the way from Cobb County, which is only 1.5 miles, I believe, from that intersection. It could be 2. It is, although we've got 6 lanes plus a suicide lane, which I hate that word, but I live very close to there as well, and we've had deaths out there. The visibility is a problem, but this is still a 6-lane highway with a turn lane, suicide lane in the center that looks like residential on either side. And I say frequently that we are a big city that still feels like a small town. And a lot of that is because of our green space located in thoroughfares. So that to me is concerning, how close we are to the road with that potential drive-through. The stacking up factor, I've got a photograph that I can't find at the moment on my phone, but to the property line of Westminster Japanese to the intersection, I have 9 cars stacked up, a photograph of that. And that is a regular everyday event. It's not just at morning rush hour. We've got folks that are now using ways that cut through Steeplechase and Waverly Hall to get over there to that intersection to get either to work through Cobb County or to get over to Mountain Park Elementary. So some of that's relieved, I know, right now this time of the year because we're in the summer months. But it's concerning to me safety-wise that we're proposing bringing in commercial business into a very residential area. This is still quaint. This is why people move here, because the streets are sweet and they're not massive thoroughfares. We can't do a damn thing about Highway 92. We don't own that. But it still looks good. It still feels good when you drive on there. I know people are driving like it's the Atlanta Motor Speedway, but at least it still has a neighborhood feel to it. And I have a lot of safety concerns with a left turn in coming off of 92, going southbound on Bowen Road, taking a left into that area as you get to pass by CVS and a drive-through restaurant.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Mortland, did you have something, sir? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Just to change gears a little bit, we've talked about the safety, we've talked about the stacking and everything related to Highway 92 in Bowen, but I'd like to talk a little bit more about the acreage on the property itself and the environmental reports that have been run. Can you tell me a little bit about the natural spring that's under this property and any of your plans around mitigating potential spills, potential toxic articles going into that waterway? Are you familiar with what I'm referencing?
Maybe. So to answer your question, we have performed geotechnical explorations on the site. We performed environmental investigations on the site. There have not been anything in the environmental investigations that warrant additional phase 2 investigations, meaning that by all measures, the consultants that are charged with doing that, the site does not have any environmental hazards associated with it at this time. It has been brought to my attention that on the east side of the property near the orchards that there was once, if you go back to old aerials, that there was a depression of some sort that was there. I think maybe some of the old GIS maps or old topo maps picked that up, which is now not, had been filled as part of the construction of the parking lots at some point in time from when the church was developing. As far as a natural spring, I'm not aware of any natural spring. I haven't seen evidence of natural springs. Obviously, there's something there, something that I don't about that. But, if that is, in fact, if you could enlighten me on that, we would make sure that our engineering teams are made aware of that and those types of things are accounted for.
Sure. The story that I'm sharing here comes from my time back as the Cub Scout leader of the group that used to be sponsored by Christ United Methodist Church before Christ United Methodist merged with Northbrook, and now the church is with Northbrook. The Cub Scout unit is with Northbrook. But I got to know many of the members, and they were giving me stories of back in the 70s and 80s, where the church first originated. 70s may be a little bit too early, but certainly during the 80s, that there were wells on the property that would pull up water and feed the church directly. Fulton County found out about it and said, you can't do that. You have to switch over to municipal water at that point. So that's where that question came from. Now, I don't know if there's still a natural spring under the ground or not.
You piqued my interest. I know that near the community garden that's now overgrown and not used, there's what I have noticed to be a more saturated area than normal around the property. And so maybe that's the similar site or has something to do with that. However, I would say in my experience with commercial development, it is not uncommon in redevelopment situations such as this to come across old wells, whether they've been officially capped with the state and registered or not. But there is a process in place that when the grading operation commences and a person on a bulldozer exposes that, oh, there's a well, The consultants are hired, the correct paperwork is filled out. Usually those wells are grouted and filled up so that they're protected from oils or, you know, whatever else could get down into the water system to go that way. So I've experienced that many times, but I'm not aware of anything particularly on this property.
Okay. That was my question. That was a little bit outside the box from where everybody else was going. I myself also have concerns about the safety on the turning into the property, and would like to certainly make it a right in, right out only is my aspect, because as I have indicated, I'm familiar with the property. We've been there for many, many years. I think it is I think it would be a mistake not to make it a right in, right out only. That's what I've got for you right now.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Councilmember Worthland. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So friends of mine are owners in a property at, it's called, very similar, Crossville Commons. You may know it as the Scooter's Coffee, Johnny's Pizza. So it's got office, it has restaurants, Thai Emerald restaurant, it's got retail, service, maybe gym-type places in there. They have one access point, and that's on Crossville Road. So, and basically, it's right in or right out, because there is a break in the island on Crossville, but it's, again, suicide to dart out and try and take a left turn. And that center has been successful. Those offices are fully sold. There's demand for that. And from what I see, what you have is you'll have two access points, even without a left in, if it's just right in and right out with the access point on Crossville. So I would think that the center would be successful if you had destination, if you had good tenants, if you had the demand. I don't think that not having the left in is going to drive the success of your development.
Would you like me to comment? Okay. There are obviously multiple examples all over the place of properties that are successful with varying degrees of characteristics of them. You just made a good example of one. And back to Mayor Wilson's point about the economics of a project and the viability of them, that may be possible if the land was $0. I don't know. You know, there's a balance in economics of all of that. Commercial development is driven by economics. Our economy is driven by economics. We all know that. And so there is a point at which, yes, the demand would be able to be supported with the correct economics. However, to the point of what the church has an asset that they are looking to put to better use and do other things with that money, that would undoubtedly significantly impact the value of their land without having that access point. So it's a nuanced answer. Yes, that probably could happen, be supported without an access point. However, just frankly, the land would not be able to be supported, the land price would not be able to be supported.
Thank you, Matt. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Thank you very much. And I know from working with you folks for a while now how open you've been to all these discussions. And I thank the church for all of their time. And I want to make that really clear. You remember when you were, if you had kids or when you were a kid, you used to have that game where you take the square peg and try and find the square hole and not put it in the round hole. You'd square peg into the round hole or the triangle that didn't fit into the correct slot. That's my frustration with this project at this point. I firmly believe you need more southbound room to make that left turn viable without jamming up traffic. That what I'm hearing from all the residents here who live in that area, and I have to defer to the residents that live in that area. I live over near the Chattahoochee Nature Center. I know that area really well, all those intersections. What I'm hearing tonight is we already have a lot of congestion there. And if we could, if that second church wasn't there, that privately owned, private land, and you had the ability to move that left turn further down to allow more stacking of traffic and simplify this entire project, it would be wonderful. But you don't. And so I'm frustrated. And I really feel like this could really just gum up traffic a heck of a lot more and get a lot of our residents on that side of town upset. And I am very pro-development, and I'm very excited about a lot of components of this development. I want everyone to know that. I just am feeling like it's just not quite fitting with that left turn that we keep coming back to trying to have there, and I'm sorry.
Lenore, it's currently zoned CV, correct?
That is correct.
And that means that currently, if it's zoned CV, what can go there?
One moment, please. Under the current zoning for Civic, community garden is a limited use. Permitted uses include colleges, clubs, lodges, museum, library, nonprofit service organization, churches, other public uses, private schools, special schools. I'm trying to read across, apologize. One of those, the private schools, conditional use. Cemetery, conservation area, conditional use would be for a park, recreation fields up to 2 acres, reservoir, water supply, water wells, major utilities are conditional use with limited for telecommunication towers and other minor utilities. There are some commercial uses. Adult care center is limited use up to a certain number, and then over that it's permitted.
That's okay. I get the gist.
Yeah, there's not much more. That's pretty much it.
There's a term that sometimes fancy people like to use called highest and best use, right? What's the highest and best use of that property? What's the highest and best use? And I like to say that there's a highest and best use for a community, and it is currently civic and institutional. That means the wisdom of the people that zoned it said, we think this is the highest and best use for that property. So again, I'm curious, kind of like to Peter's point, why we are trying to force a square peg into a round hole. Just a question. Just a question. If it's zoned something currently, that means that the people who zoned it, i.e. the predecessors to us, thought in the Parkway Village that this particular zoning application, i.e. civic industrial, was logical. Sorry, not industrial, civic. I'm reading right here. So civic and institutional. All right, let me put my eyeglasses on. I apologize. Civic institutional means our predecessors thought there's some wisdom to that zoning. And just as a resident of this city, i.e., that's not a bad idea in that particular area, i.e., is the highest and best use always necessarily the economic value to the particular piece of land, or is it the highest and best use to the community? And yes, sir, Mr. Attorney, you would like to come up and make a legal response.
I Mr. Davidson would agree with me.
Absolutely.
Highest and best use has got nothing to do with zoning, and the courts have said that for years. The question is reasonable economic use, and is there a reasonable economic use in the existing zoning? I assume it was zoned civic because somebody wanted to put a church there. Is there a reasonable economic use? And you just heard what the uses could be for the property now. I would suggest there's probably not, but again, highest and best is fairly irrelevant under Georgia law.
That's a fair point. Fair point, I'll see that.
Is there a reasonable economic use for the property?
So would you say that again? I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Would you repeat the last piece again?
Yes, the question is there a reasonable economic use for the property under the civic zoning district?
Yes, that's a good question.
I think that is the question.
Yeah, I think that is the question.
And we think the answer is no.
You've exhausted all resources in pursuing that particular zoning?
Well, I don't know if the church has been approached by a cemetery or by a reservoir or by a private school.
You'll name all the applications, obviously not just those three, just for effect, I'm sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm sure you'll name all the applications of the zoning code, not just those three for effect.
No, those are the only ones I recall that she just repeated, but I
Yeah.
think the question is, are any of those reasonable uses for the property?
Well, obviously they are, because it was zoned that way. And there was a church there previously, so,
Well, so the question is it now reasonable?
thank you. Matt, yes, sir.
I know there's a lot of tension here.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, if there's tension here, raise your hand, because I can tell you, I ain't got none of it, brother. I just want to be clear, like, I'm asking questions, simple questions to me as a resident.
Understood. And it may be the wrong response, but my question back would be the long-range plan, the comprehensive development plan, or whatever the acronym specific to the city of Roswell is, identifies this property as Parkway Village Overlay District, which I know is not the same as zoning. However, if I'm not a zoning attorney, but there's certain uses that are envisioned for Parkway Village Overlay District, if I'm not mistaken, and included in those are commercial uses. So
That's correct.
yeah, that was my.
Are you familiar with this council and mayor's economic plan?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with this mayor and council's economic plan?
Not nearly as familiar as you are.
I wouldn't say that. Are you familiar with the fact that we've laid out 4 economic pods on how they're going to grow the city over the next 20 years?
From a very high-level perspective, I have not studied them, no.
Might be applicable. I don't know. So, any other thoughts or comments from council? Councilmember Hall?
Clarifying question, can we get into the other variances at this point?
Well, I
or-
think I'm going to ask Councilmember Vanstrom or
Okay.
Councilmember Palermo to give a very simple sequence of the zoning, right? There's an application for a change in zoning code. I think there's a very simple answer, okay? I think there are 6 variances on the table. I think they're very simple answers, all 6 of those answers, and I think the council is prepared to speak to that, correct?
Can I, I know Councilman Hall had something she wanted to add, the green.
I just wanted to address the parking and the green space. And I'm happy to defer that if there's other topics that are going to come first.
Councilmember Hall, let me say, I think you're prepared, I think Councilmember Vanstrom is prepared to lay out the zoning equation and the 6 variances, correct?
Not until I hear, because.
You want to hear from Christine? Yeah, Christine, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And Lenore, I may need your assistance on this one. My questions earlier today, and I think Ms. Bromberg let you know that there may be questions on the parking. You're required to basically have 189 parking spaces for this project, and there's 347. Oh, there we go. So basically, a lot of excess parking. And my thoughts were just comments, and I wanted to run this by my colleagues and you. If you would be, or if you would consider adding more green space. So I think right now, outdoor amenity space, the minimum requirement is 5%. You have 6.6%. My thought was to add green space, a gazebo, a shared common area, something that the community that participates, the office residents, maybe the people that have restaurant food to take out that could participate. And it's something that this project that I referenced earlier has as well. And if you have those pictures, if you can just share those. So they also had more than enough parking, and what they did is they constructed a green space like this, and the community, the office community there loves it. People get their coffees from scooters, go back there. So would that be something that you would consider?
Yes, the simple answer is yes. To address every bit of that comment, we don't have intentions to ask for more parking than is allowed by code. I mean, clearly we're going to meet the minimums, but we're not trying to blow past the maximums. The equations that are part of those tables are reliant on the uses, restaurants, retail, office, each with their own specific ratios to be used. And as we were talking earlier, the leasing for this project is not completed. There are certain items that have been identified as restaurants, identified as retail. Depending on the interest level from the tenants, that could morph a bit. But at the end of the process, at the end of the permitting process and the construction process, we commit to being 100% compliant to code requirements. Second, yes, we're absolutely amenable to providing green space such as this photo. I think that's a good example of that. I've been part of developments where developers like myself tap dance and throw a bunch of smoke and mirrors up about communities and green space, and people are going to hang out. People don't hang out at shopping centers. It is a convenience at some times to have something like that. So we will be happy to oblige that request and provide, in lieu of some parking spaces, provide spaces that people could be sitting outdoors. It doesn't turn it into a park or a civic environment or things like that, but yes, we will be happy to do stuff like that. Yeah.
Thanks, Christine. Thanks, Matt. Councilmember Vanstrom.
If I might just ask Jason from Community Development, is with the number of spaces that we have currently in this project, there's no zoning changes, no overlays, no questions. We have room for something like what Councilman Hall has just proposed in giving up a few of those spaces? Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember Palermo, would you like to move forward on the formality of the issue at hand?
I could do that, Mayor. Would you like me to?
Start with the zoning itself. Yes, sir.
Through an actual motion or through discussion?
I think, is there any other discussion to be had on the zoning from council?
I'm sure there will be extra discussion after a motion.
I think there'll be
Yeah.
extra discussion after the motion. Council, would you like any other discussion on the motion of the zoning application?
It all goes together,
Sorry?
so it's all going together.
So, Michael, if you'll bring up the motion of the zoning, along with the variances, along with any conditions you might want to add, please, sir.
Okay. And so, of course, certainly happy to any and all discussion on this with the mayor and council, and then, of course, making sure everything's clear to the applicant. And so obviously there were a lot of requests here, both rezoning and through the variance, and I think there were a lot of good points made by the public. Both comments I heard from people that supported this as requested, as well as people that opposed this. I think I heard a lot of good points, and I'm hoping here I have a compromise that will be good for the community and create a good opportunity here. So my motion would be to approve rezoning from Civic to Parkway Village. It would be to deny the first variance, which is placement of the drive-through in the build-to-zone. It would be to approve the second variance request of reducing the minimum percentage of building in the build-to-zone on Bowen Road. It would be to approve the third variance request, which is to reduce the minimum percentage of building in the build-to-zone on 92/Woodstock Road. It would be to, and actually, I guess this one I actually do want to pause, Mayor, if that's all right with the motion.
Absolutely.
And just so obviously I've stated where the first four pieces of the motion would be, but actually I'd want to discuss,
You would discuss the fifth part, which
You know
is
what?
with, variance 4.
and actually, never mind, I actually, given the buffers within the.
You're
the
good on
rear-
variance, on that, yes,
The
sir.
rear, I'm actually going to
Approve
motion to
variance 4.
approve the fourth variance request, which is reduce the front setback along 92 and Woodstock Road. And then for the fifth, it'd be to deny the parking within the 50-foot parking setback along 92/Woodstock Road.
Yep, deny variance 5.
And then it would be to deny variance 6, which is to allow more than 8 parking spots between islands in 2 locations. And then I'd be adding some conditions. So this would be.
Condition 1,
This would be following all of staff's conditions except for the condition regarding egress should be, basically I want to update the condition to be right in, right out only
right in, right out only.
on Bowen Road. And then also, just given like many other, really, all the other higher intensity developments we've had in the last number of years, and just due to the intensity of the traffic there, as well as hopefully a lot more patrons and customers from the orchards, et cetera, of a minimum sidewalk width on Bowen Road and Woodstock Road of 8 feet.
Condition 2 is 8-foot sidewalks on both 92 and Bowen.
Additional added one, yes, so 2 new ones there. And then the third and final added one would be that as the applicant described, the raised structure preventing the one that was requiring that it was right out, that raised structure be extended to a length that, as approved by RDOT, to ensure that it's not easy to take an illegal left turn onto Bowen Road. So, and I see Lenore.
If I may, condition number 3 as proposed by staff already covered that. I'm not sure if you wanted to update the wording or if you were looking to, because you mentioned updating number 3 to be a right in, right out, but number
Okay.
3
So this-
required the,
I think, well, condition 1 for him, if I heard him right, Lenore, forgive me, that is the right in, right out on Bowen, condition 1.
Okay,
if I may, you stated all of staff conditions with some additions.
Right, so to clarify on 3, it's just based on what I saw in the applicant's plan, I think they could make the argument that raised structure is minimizing illegal left turns, but that doesn't go far enough to me, so that's where I want staff to increase that. So something along the lines of, what would be an updated sentence or updated
Michael, I
wording?
think there's a little confusion on, because you're saying accepting staff conditions, and the question is, are you adding additional conditions, or are you amending current conditions?
And I can definitely clarify that. So one that is updating, can we first go to the one that would need to be addressed for only right in, right out?
This was, the number 3 originally was right in, right out, but it was modified by the transportation staff to read as it currently does after our discussions about the raised traffic island being designed to minimize the ability for people to make those left turns. So if you wanted the access to be right in, right out only, then the beginning of this would be the location to do that. So it would be designed as a right in, right out, and to minimize illegal left turns. But I will defer to Dave Cox for the wording on that if that's not enough.
Yeah, that's correct. If we wrote this, the second part of this sentence was to make that a more stringent maneuver, either higher concrete or extending it further to the right. That way, if someone was exiting the development, they couldn't make that weird question mark looking maneuver to go south on Bowen. We put that in there so we would approve it to meet some of those conditions that we had heard.
Okay.
I think, Michael, though, you want to be very clear, whatever the current language is, what I hear from you, if I understand correctly, is whether this meets or amends language, there need to be a very clear condition by itself, right in, right out only, correct?
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to parse these words.
I think that's a good idea where one additional new condition is just purely on Bowen Road, it shall be right in, right out only.
Yes.
And then as for this one, I just feel there could be a few more words to make it very clear that we're making it clear that City of Roswell Transportation Department is going to really approve that raised structure to ensure that it truly is minimizing illegal
I think to
turns.
your point, like, the language is minimizing illegal left turns, I think is obstructing so that illegal left turns do not occur.
Yes.
And there is a way to do that. There's a difference between minimizing and obstructing in a significant fashion so that they do not occur.
So maybe instead of minimize, significantly obstruct?
Significantly obstruct, exactly. They can't happen.
Yep.
And that needs to be clear.
Okay.
So that would be, and is that clear on my, my conditions? So
There's a big difference. You could put it, like you put a 3 or 4, 6, you could put a 6-inch structure, people will still abuse it, right?
And we've got plenty of examples all over Roswell where there'd be the little, I think staff calls it a pork chop, where it's still so easy to take an illegal left turn around that pork chop.
But to the
Yeah.
point of the language, did we minimize illegal left turns? Yes.
Right.
That is not the intent of the language that you're offering. You're saying, no, 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 no. I want to create a significant obstacle that the illegal left-hand turn is not an option.
That's right. So therefore, that's one updated condition and 2 added conditions. And so I guess from the applicant, I'd be curious to hear, as well as feedback from staff. So Councilmember Hall brought up a good point around just green space and just those opportunities. So I guess I'd ask the applicant on this one, since you said you were pretty quick to say that was something that you were amenable to. Do you have thoughts on how that could be clear or addressed, or if Councilmember Hall does or the applicant?
I would defer to a more vague description of that so that it doesn't paint anybody, city staff or us, into a corner with that. But making a condition that we provide an outdoor gathering space that's able to accommodate 10 people, that's landscaped and sodded and pervious, or something to that effect would be kind of language that I would suggest using.
Yeah.
Gathering green space.
Curious if that meets Councilmember Hall's intent.
That's an additional condition, Christine?
I was just going to, as far as size, so we have a little more clarity, what would 60 spaces, about how much would that take up?
One moment, please.
I mean, you've got 158
12,000
more.
square feet.
Yes.
give or take. I mean, the size of one of those buildings.
So that's a lot.
It's significant.
So we want to go maybe less, at least 40?
Well, I guess, Mike,
Well,
just
you
the
got
picture
two,
you showed.
what's your acreage on this property? 2 acres?
About 11.
What is it? 11 acres? Okay.
Which,
So take 11 acres times 44,000 square feet, it'd give you your total square footage on this
'Cause
property.
I guess
So I'll
my
tell you what
thought in-
12,000 square feet is. I mean, 12,000 feet.
I just think accommodating 10 people sounds really small.
But in your
that was
picture,
just a suggestion. I mean, I'm open to, if it's 20 people.
in the
that's
picture that
fine.
you showed, it didn't seem that large. So it showed like definitely a gathering point, but it didn't look that large. I mean, the picture you showed is much smaller than this room.
It is. It's also a smaller parcel of property. I was just trying to be proportionate to what they had as far as excess
I
parking.
mean, if that picture was part of this hearing and we want to make that a design intent exhibit,
It would have to be double that size.
I mean, that is the least of my concerns right now. We will definitely be able to provide a gazebo and some green space. Yes, we will do that. And however, if council wants to craft that right now, or if defer to staff with some large parameters, I'm okay with that.
I
We
defer.
are- I mean, we are
I defer to
contributing
staff.
You're
over
good
an
with
acre
that.
of land already
Yeah.
as it is. But
All right, so that's a third new condition with an amendment to one existing condition, correct? Michael, good with that? So you got 3 new conditions.
What's the new condition being proposed, or what's the exact wording, I should say?
What is,
I was deferring to staff for the exact wording.
create a green space deferring to staff, correct?
the guidance that we would need is really the size you want to make it. For example, the outdoor amenity area is a minimum of 5%, which is around 19,000 square feet on this parcel today. They're currently providing 25,000 square feet of that. So if you're looking for increase in percentage, is probably the easiest and more straightforward way to do it, or you can do a round number and say you want an additional 12,000 square feet of outdoor amenity area.
Good point, Lenore. Percentage makes sense. It's much easier for you to have to granularize it too much.
So 30 spots were about how many, did we say?
Your original number is about 60 spaces, which is 12,000 square feet.
12,000, and that was the size of a building, one of the buildings.
Aggregated, yes. A parking space is about 200 square feet, give or take.
Matt, I apologize. It's 10 o'clock. I got a call for a 10-minute recess. My apologies to you, sir. 10-minute recess. Be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
We'll do the math.
We're sorry, we're waiting on our city attorney. He usually takes extremely long. Oh, there he is. Look, there's David. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime.
Where's Matt? There he is. Hey, Matt. So, Matt, when we left you up there by yourself 10 minutes ago, I believe Councilmember Palermo was going to make a motion. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Hall has to finish her condition. My apologies.
So with staff's assistance, Councilmember Palermo, if you would add this condition, an additional 12,000 square feet of outdoor amenity space to include a pavilion or gazebo and centrally located in the project.
Christine, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Would you be amenable to a percentage rather than a specific square foot?
Yes, if
Do you-
somebody can help with that math.
You want, sorry, Lenore, you give me the look like you want the exact square footage, don't you?
Yes, please.
My bad. Okay. Then I withdraw that request.
And that will stand as I read it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
And I guess my question for the applicant is the feedback on that. Does that, the way that's worded, does that create any challenge or issue? I know I said earlier, obviously this is not your main concern, but for this one piece, how that's worded, how does that work for you?
I think we can weave that into the design.
Okay.
So, President Pro Tem Palermo, would you like to make a motion?
So I'd say that what I'd like is for staff to read the motion I've made, which would include the conditions that I had, which was a new one of only right in, right out, a new one, which is the minimum 8-foot sidewalks on Bowen Road and Woodstock Road, and the update to the wording that we discussed, making it very clear that that will be preventing illegal turns, given the decision this council is potentially making. And then lastly, the new condition that Councilmember Hall just mentioned.
Can I ask a question as before Lenore? Lenore, which one has the 50-foot buffer to 40-foot buffer variance? Which one is that? I don't have it. I've got two things in front of me and I can't find it.
So that one is number 4.
Number 4, okay. Number 4, that's variance number 4?
Yes.
And that's a 50-foot buffer to a 40-foot buffer?
The building setback, yes, sir.
Building setback, thank you. And Michael, so I just want to get clear as she reads this, and we're going to get some clarity. You're going to recommend approving R2 on the zoning, correct? You're going to approve, you're going to say, sorry? PB zoning, I apologize. PB zoning, I got too much here in front of me. You're going to deny variance 1, recommend. You're going to recommend approving variance 2. You're going to recommend approving variance 3. You're going to recommend approving variance 4. You're going to recommend denying variance 5. And you're going to recommend denying variance 6. And then 3 stated conditions and an amendment to one of the conditions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you guys know where Mike's going on with this. Is there any further discussion on any of this before Lenore reads it that you want to talk about? For example, on the setback, you're good at 40 versus 50.
And the reason I am is purely because the back buffer of 40 feet being added. So for that reason, that's why I support that 10-foot setback difference.
Peter? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to clarify one comment, just to be sure. Square peg, round hole, that's the left turn, not your project. I think this project is very viable. I think right turns I hope that you find that still viable, all of your team finds it still viable, and that this project can be completed.
Lenore, would you read Councilmember Palermo's motion?
I will be happy to. The motion is to approve the rezoning from Civic.
Lenore, I apologize to interrupt. Yes, sir. Councilmember Morthland.
One last clarifying question. Can you address the connectivity for the pedestrian access into this proposed development?
Yes. So as we all are aware, this is a proposed plan. It's conceptual in nature. There are a lot of details that haven't been fleshed out. One of the comments that was in staff's report, I believe, I'm 99% sure, that there was a comment of creating pedestrian ingress-egress access points via the sidewalks on the right-of-ways into the property. I think it was general in nature, meaning that they just needed to be engineered to where they need to be best located, but we're comfortable with those conditions to provide access from the right-of-way sidewalks into the inside of the development project. So yes, I guess is the answer for that.
And we are going to make it ADA compliant, rails, everything where needed.
Yes, I don't think that I would be allowed to get a certificate of
Okay.
occupancy otherwise.
That is correct.
We hope not, right? All right, Lenore, floor is yours.
The motion is to approve the rezoning from Civic to Parkway Village with denial of variance request number 1, approval of variance request number 2, approval of variance request number 3, approval of request variance number 4, denial of request variance number 5 and 6 with the following conditions. Number 1, the owner developer shall develop the property in substantial accordance with the site plan dated July 19th, 2022. Square footage of uses are not guaranteed, as reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development permitting process. The owner developer shall dedicate adequate road right-of-way located a minimum of 1 foot behind the proposed sidewalk required along Bowen Road, State Road 92, Woodstock Road, property frontages as required by the Roswell Department of Transportation and the Georgia Department of Transportation. Number 3, modified, new insert would be the currently proposed driveway access on Bowen Road near the intersection of Bowen Road and State Road 92, Woodstock Road shall be right in, right out only. The one on the screen in front of you now will be renumbered number 4 and would read, the currently proposed driveway access on Bowen Road near the intersection of Bowen Road and State Road 92 shall be designed to obstruct illegal left turns from the property onto southbound Bowen Road and must be approved by the City Roswell Transportation Department. Number 4 is new number 5, which would read, the owner developer shall complete a preliminary and a final plat that will include the new property line boundaries and also the dedication of the right-of-way along Bowen Road and State Road 92, Woodstock Road. The final plat shall be recorded with Fulton County prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the development. Number 5, the owner developer shall install sidewalks to allow for pedestrian connectivity from the sidewalks along Bowen Road and State Road 92, Woodstock Road to the interior of the development. And then there's a new number 7, I think we're on now, which would be that there's a minimum of an 8-foot sidewalk required on both the Bowen Road and State Road 92 Woodstock Road frontages. And then the last one would be a requirement for the addition of 12,000 square feet of additional outdoor amenity space. I was trying to use the right term, to include a gazebo or pavilion centrally located in the project.
And that is my motion. And what I just want to mention too is I think this was really good dialogue from the public tonight. I do believe that some of these updated conditions, as well as some of the denials of these variances, and just in general, I think does address a lot of the comments we heard and just a lot of the aspects around the concerns on Bowen Road with just the turning and how that will occur, as well as the feedback around just the drive-through too close to the intersection. So just looking through, yeah, just in general, I do feel a lot of this does address it and does make it better for the multiple nearby neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. There is a motion on the floor. Councilmember Vanstrom.
I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you. The motion, with its illustrious antennae, is seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Actually, and I appreciate that second. One thing I want to make sure we're clear. Can we go back, Ms. Bromberg, and you might have mentioned it, just the typical one we get, that it has to be in accordance with the site plan.
So that's a requirement in the code today. So we do say substantial accordance with the site plan here. Obviously, the following conditions modify that site plan. And then if there are any additional changes that occur during the design review board permitting phase, there's a list of about 13 items that are included in the code today that when it comes to me currently as the engineering director in my roles that I'm filling, at land disturbance permit, if anything, for example, they add a retaining wall greater than 6 feet, they increase or decrease certain things that are requirements, either in the code today or change any of these conditions, then it would come back to mayor and council for approval.
Okay, and no concerns with the fact that obviously it's a significant change regarding the turn onto Bowen?
None whatsoever.
Thank you.
So Lenore, would you do me a favor and pull this up so I could read this for the council as I call for a vote?
It's not all in, it's all here.
It's all there, okay. All right. So there's been a motion by Councilmember Palermo, and it's been seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. It's related, first of all, to the approval of the zoning of RZ in the Parkway Village. It's also in reference to PV, forgive me, RZ to PV, I apologize. Yes, the approval of RZ 202-15342 CIV Civic and Institutional to PV Parkway Village, CV 202-15343 located at 1340 Woodstock Road and 11450 Bowen Road. That is the first item, and Councilmember Palermo and Councilmember Vanstrom first and seconded the approval of that. The second item is denying variance 1. Can you throw that up for me on the screen? Denying variance 1, which is UDC 2.2.9, placement of the drive-through in the build-to zone. That is recommended to deny. Variance 2 is UDC 4311, reduce the minimum percentage of building in build-to zone on Bowen Road to be less than 35%. The recommendation is to approve. Variance 3, UDC 43.13, reduce the minimum percentage of building in build-to-zone on SR 92 Woodstock Road from 60% to 35.6. The recommendation is to approve. The variance 4, UDC 4313, to reduce the front setback along SR 92 Woodstock Road from 50 feet to 40 feet. On variance 4, it is to approve. On variance 5, denial, UDC 4313 to allow parking within 50-foot parking setback along SR 92 Woodstock Road. The recommendation is to deny. On variance 6, UDC 10.2.6 to allow more than 8 parking spaces between islands in the 2 locations. The recommendation is to deny. On condition 1, the owner-developer shall develop the property in substantial accordance with the site plan dated July 19, 2022. Square footage of uses are not guaranteed as reduction, but may be required due to staff comments during the development of permitting process. The recommendation is to approve that condition. The owner-developer shall dedicate adequate roadway right-of-way located a minimum of 1 foot behind the proposed sidewalk required along the Bowen Road and SR 92 Woodstock Road property frontages as required by the RDOT and GDOT. The recommendation is to approve condition 2. Condition 3, the currently proposed driveway access on Bowen Road near the intersection of Bowen Road and State Route 92 Woodstock Road shall be designed to minimize illegal left turns. Sorry. 3, condition 3. The current proposed driveway access on Bowen Road near the intersection of Bowen Road and State Route 92 shall be right in, you're gonna get it. All right, number 3 is gonna be right in and right out on Bowen. It's gonna be that simple, correct? Number 4, the current proposed driveway access on Bowen Road near the intersection of Bowen Road and State Route 92 Woodstock Road shall be designed to obstruct illegal left turns from the property onto southbound Bowen Road and must be approved by the City of Roswell Transportation Department. That is the motion on the floor. We got one more? Sorry, Michael. Number condition 5, 6. The minimum sidewalk depth on both Bowen Road and 92 shall be 8 feet. Condition 7. There will be an additional 12,000 feet outdoor amenity space central to the project created as a part of this part of this overall amendment or project. All those, the city council understand all the aforementioned issues? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, put it in hand. Please raise your hands. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Matt. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, it should be. Councilmember Palermo, will you please read the next community development item?
Yes, we are moving right along. Now on to item number 2, approval of RZ 2022-0699/CU 2022-0700. This is 342, 334, and 0 Jones Drive. Rezone RS12, single-family suburban, and Civic to RX, residential mixed use, and a conditional use for single-family residential. Ms. Bromberg?
Yes, thank you. Pardon me.
Timeline for this project is the application was received in February of 2022. Neighborhood meeting was held in June. It was heard by the Planning Commission on July 19th, and it is, of course, in front of you this evening. Sure. I'll go stand up here. Hold on. The applicant is requesting rezoning RZ 2022-0669 on 3 properties that are currently zoned RS12 and Civic. The applicant is requesting the RX residential mixed use zoning with a conditional use to allow single-family residential with a conditional use 2022-0700 is the application number. On the screen now is the location map showing the aerial location of the 3 parcels in question. The current zoning, as I mentioned, there are 2 parcels that are currently zoned RS12, one that is Civic, so the 2 parcels labeled as 264 and 342 on the screen are currently RS12, and then the Civic piece is the corner where Jones makes the turn. Just as a point of reference, the existing church located just north of this at the corner of Atlanta Street, and I can't remember the name of the street right there, the other Jones, is not part of the rezoning application, but you will see it discussed as a part of the overall development. It is in the historic district and it's currently zoned DX. Future land use map, neighborhood residential is the character area for the properties in question for rezoning, and of course the historic district or historic area is immediately to the north. The property, as I mentioned, does follow the neighborhood residential character area as a part of the 2040 comprehensive plan. This is the site plan, which does show the overall development, and I believe the next screen has it zoomed in. Yes. So just as a point of reference, there's a red line across the middle of the screen. That is the boundary of the historic district. Everything above that is in the historic district. Everything below is not. The parcel that's above that line is not subject to rezoning this evening. It's the green parcels that are below that that we are discussing. But those are immediately next to the historic district, so HPC will have jurisdiction over the parking lot design and the site plan associated with the parking lot, which is affiliated with the redoing of the church property. Whereas the other 5 parcels, which would be, are being requested to be rezoned as well for single-family houses, are as a separate project that would ultimately be built separately. So just wanted to kind of give a lay of the land. Here's the zoom in on the site plan to give you a little bit better understanding. The existing church is the T-shaped upside down T that you see at the top of the screen. They are looking to basically do a replacement project to build a parking lot to be able to support that building immediately to the south of it. And then the remainder of the property would be subdivided into 5 single-family lots that would front Jones Road, and then there's a private access drive or alley type road, if you will, that would be across the back of those 5 properties. All of the garage doors would be off of that. their underground stormwater is under that as well. So again, those are facing Jones Road, rear loaded off of a private driveway. There is commercial parking to support the building at 330, 340 Atlanta Street. 54 total parking spaces. There's 35 that are on the property to be rezoned. They already have 19 that will be remaining on the existing parcel. The parking lot has a screening landscape strip as required, and they also are providing the 40-foot neighborhood compatibility buffer along the south property lines as required. They are currently proposing a couple of retaining walls. I'm mentioning this first one. It's a longer wall that crosses multiple areas. The part that's on the commercial side of the property is up to about 8 feet in height. They are proposing underground stormwater underneath the parking lot. And on the residential component, 5 single-family residential lots, rear-loaded from the driveway, as I mentioned before. The lot sizes as proposed are ranging from just over 7,000 square feet to just over 10,700 square feet. With, again, parking would be either on the driveway or in the garage, so on the private driveway behind the homes or in the garages. They also are proposing underground detention, which would be underneath their private driveway. Both of these areas are in the Metropolitan River Protection Act, and the next item you'll be hearing after this one is the certificate for that, which takes the whole development through the process. This is the tree plan, the landscaping plan, to show the 40-foot planted neighborhood compatibility buffer that forms an L between the development and the parcel that's in this bottom left of the image. I'm not going to try and read all of this, but basically HPC has jurisdiction over parcels that are under development. If there's a development that crosses on parcels outside of the jurisdiction, those immediately next to it they have jurisdiction over. So they were seeing this to provide a recommendation at the June meeting. They did support the rezoning and the conditional use request, so they did support rezoning from the current RS12 and Civic to RX. And they support the conditional use to allow the single-family homes to exist within RX because that's not allowed by right. They did have a conversation about sequencing of events. They were looking at this as a mixed-use development. And of course, we have our mixed-use construction policy, which would require certain timings on COs. I'm not sure that's actually relevant to this particular project because the commercial development and the residential development are not interconnected to each other. They're only related because they're going through the rezoning at the same time. But those would be, in our minds, treated as 2 standalone projects that go through the development process from an architectural, site plan, et cetera, and permitting phase separately. But they did recommend that the commercial be built first, is what they recommended, is that what their preference would be if it were treated as a mixed-use development. Metropolitan River Protection Act, these properties are located within the Atlanta River Corridor, and so ARC, the Atlanta Regional Commission, has jurisdiction over that. As I mentioned in a moment, when we get through this item, we will be presenting to you the MERP review that ARC completed and their findings. Staff actually recommends denial of this rezoning. I had to catch myself there. Because technically the request does not comply with the 2040 comp plan. So as I mentioned earlier, the comp plan says this is neighborhood residential. RX is not a compatible zoning per the comp plan for the neighborhood residential character area, so therefore staff is obligated to state that it recommends denial of the rezoning. However, the proposed request does include single-family homes, and single-family homes as a use is something that is absolutely what is wanted to be seen in the neighborhood residential character area. But because we have a recommendation for denial on the rezoning, we also are recommending denial for the conditional use request. However, if you choose to approve the rezoning, because it's a project that makes sense to you, then we have the following conditions that we would recommend be included in your motion. The first, of course, is that the owner-developer shall develop the property in substantial accordance with the site plan dated received June 15th of 2022. Again, square footages of uses are not guaranteed, as a reduction may be required due to staff comments during the development permitting process. The Roswell Historic Preservation Commission shall review the parking development that supports the former church building at 330, 340 Atlanta Street. The HPC shall not review demolition of existing buildings or structures on the subject properties, nor shall the Historic Preservation Commission review the proposed single-family houses. And that's purely because, as I described earlier, they're separate projects. The
parking lot is immediately adjacent to a property in the historic district and is related to it, whereas the houses may be next to it, but they're not related to it. Number 3, the owner developer shall submit a preliminary plat prior to issuance of the land disturbance permit. And then the owner developer shall submit a final plat for approval by mayor and council. The final plat must be approved and recorded prior to the issuance of a building permit for the single-family homes. And then, based on some conversations we've had over the past few weeks between HPC, Planning Commission, and so forth, staff was asked some questions regarding how the driveway that would be shared across the 5 properties, as well as the underground stormwater detention, would be maintained and managed once the developer is done and gone. We normally have that as notes on our plat, but wanting to make sure that it was very obvious, we wanted to make sure that it was included. And so we've actually added another condition for you to consider, and it's in red, to note that this is the first time anybody is seeing it. It has not been presented to Planning Commission. It is not unlike something we would normally do, but it's just an extra precaution to make sure that a homeowners association is created to include those 5 single-family houses for the purposes of maintaining the shared driveway. The retaining wall that I mentioned crosses multiple properties, as well as the private stormwater management system. Again, those are things we normally require, so it's not necessarily a condition that is crucial, but because it's a little unusual, we've got the 5 single-family houses, and it's not a big development that you would normally see coming through that you'd expect an HOA. We felt it was worth bringing to your attention. Planning Commission did recommending approving with the conditions, with number 1 and 2 being the same as staff conditions. Numbers 3 and 4 also, number 3 and 4 also are the same as staff conditions. They added their own 5th, and that was certificate of occupancy for both residential and commercial shall be sought simultaneously. Staff did not agree or support that, hence the reason why it's not included in ours, because we do not see this as a mixed-use development and didn't see that it was relevant to the particular project. I'm happy to answer any questions, because I know I went very quickly.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Can you actually go way back to the zoning map? So, excellent. So 264 and 342, which obviously are a significant part of it, that entire portion's already currently zoned RS12. So if the applicant wanted to build the single-family homes there, instead of building them on the right side, then that would never come to our desks, and they would just be able to go ahead and request building permits to build those. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Council? Okay, don't go anywhere, Leonard. You know, we're going to call on you here soon. All right, would the applicant please come forward? Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
I promise you guys will not be here as long as the last one.
Well, I will, because it is a little late, I will not just run through this, I will sprint through this. Okay, if not, I will tell you next slide. Good evening, my name is Steve Rowe. I'm with AEC, 50 Warm Springs Circle, Roswell, Georgia, and I'm representing Polar Capital on this application. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is just kind of giving you context. If you want to hit the slide again. These are the 2 parcels. The blue is only there for context to show you where the church is in relation to State Route 120 and Azalea Drive. Next slide. Just here's the aerial map. Next slide. Zooming in again. One more time. And then here's just an overlay of our site plan in context to kind of show you what's going on around it with the aerial photography underneath. If you can hit it one more time. The reason we're needing this rezoning is, if you hit the slide, you'll see that GDOT is taking almost all of our parking that's currently there today. And we'll have to replace that in order to repurpose that building for any use that we have on this. The Roswell right-of-way will be taking additional right-of-way along Jones Drive and Church Street to be able to make those streets currently compliant. Right now, there's only a prescriptive right-of-way that runs through there, and they barely meet the requirements within the city. Next slide, please. The existing retaining walls, if you hit it again, it'll show up in blue. You'll see that existing wall that's right there just behind the church building. It's a stone retaining wall. If you hit the slide one more time, The orange is the areas where we're going to be adding retaining walls. Like Lenore said, most of the walls are 6 feet and below. There is a small stretch right there in the center of the site that's adjacent to where the corner does the dog leg. That'll be about 8 feet for a small section. We're going to add columns in that area and break up the facade so that you don't see that along the way, in addition to all the landscaping that'll be in front of it. Hit it one more time. And there's an example of the existing wall, so we would be matching that material as a veneer to the proposed wall to be able to be in check with the historic nature of that current facility. Next slide, please. Stormwater management will be handled underground, and if you hit it again, it should just pop up in blue. Those are the 2 areas for underground. And what will happen is the management will happen under the parking areas, and then it will discharge to level spreaders. And the actual stormwater will flow across the buffered areas like it does today at actually a lesser rate because we're having to treat for runoff reduction and water quality. So it'll actually be a better water quality system than it is today. The buffers are highlighted here. And what we did is we used a series of 4 different plant materials to help create that buffer. Reason being, if you've been out there, you'll notice there's not a tree standing in this area that's quote-unquote a buffer. So we're having to create the buffer itself. We're going to use southern magnolias, again, Nellie R. Stevens hollies, some Brody cedars, and some cryptomerias. So all of those will create a nice green wall for the residents that are existing on Jones Drive and will help essentially forest an area that right now is I use the term lawn, but the neighbors reminded me it's weeds. So we'll be revegetating that area to be able to create that buffer. And that is also counting as our MRPA set aside because we're not doing any grading. We're just adding the landscaping and adding the buffer area. Next slide, please. And in a nutshell, that's our project. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Steve. Any comments, questions from council? Any public comment? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Janet Russell, and I live off of Jones Drive since 1973, so I'm pretty familiar with this property. The church is historic in nature. The current structure was built in 1927 after the other church burned down. I think you need to know a couple of things. I'm not for or against the project. I just think that, one, this is the top of the hill. You know, we live in the city of hills. So I'm a little concerned when you put a 10,000 square foot home on this property, how tall it's going to be, because it's certainly not going to be one level. If you know the land, here's Jones, here is the fellowship hall, which will be demolished, and then it goes straight down at almost 180 degrees driveway to the lower lot, where they're talking about putting parking. If we can stop the historic gateway project, and we are all opposed to it, please, I hope there is this much discussion as we've just heard for 3 hours about the historic gateway project, which is a disaster. They won't lose their parking at the church. Church Street, which is shown up there, please understand, is not slightly wider than 1 car and has no curbs and is currently one way up. So if they make the church into whatever they're going to do to it, and they expect people to come and visit it, of course. We've just heard about ingress, egress for 3 hours, haven't we? It's going to force traffic onto Jones Drive right through a neighborhood, not around it, through it, to access the parking lot, because they cannot come down Church Street. It is currently one way out. And the top of that church parking lot is straight down to the lower lot. I'm just giving you logistics because you don't know it. The house on the corner of Jones and Willow Springs is from 1850. The house across the street is from July of 2021. The 2 houses you see right there are Habitat for Humanity houses. Jones Drive is approximately 2 car widths wide if you don't spread out. There are no curbs on Jones Drive. They are nailed granite. Just so you get the feeling, I'm not saying I'm for or oppose this, but you need to understand what you're talking about here. The 2 houses on the right, on the opposite side, are houses from the 40s that were getaway houses for people in the who lived in the city and they came out to Roswell to the country. Those have been rezoned to be built on in some time in the future, down to Warm Spring Circle where AEC is actually overlooking it. And it backs up to Riverwalk condominiums, which we worked on for 10 years to make sure Riverwalk happened correctly back in the 80s. So I just wanted you to know that, first of all, the historic Gateway Project double lane roundabout needs to stop. It's already just, you know, that whole live, work, play thing we are all talking about? We've been living, working, and playing it for over 75 years in our little neighborhood. We didn't have to invent it. Now the city of Roswell's trying to destroy it. So I just want you to know that those parallel parking spaces may not necessarily be needed. And I'd like to see one of the requirements made that that road, Church Street, is not made into a thoroughfare because it will destroy the people that live in our little neighborhood. Because if you don't think people will come down our street thinking they can get out because they think there's another way out, they are wrong. We had a Kroger truck overturn at the corner of Church and Jones last summer and missed the Habitat house from me to Mr. right there. We had one of those car trucks that hauls cars all over come from the used car lot thinking he could get around and go back to Gainesville, and he got stuck at the top of Connemara and Jones, and he got bottomed out and waited 3 hours for a tow truck because it's all like this where we live. So please, this isn't Bowen Road, which is flat as a tabletop, getting into Woodstock Road or Crossville Road. This is a totally different part of the city, and I wish you all would come and take a look at it and give it as much discussion as you just gave the rest of us for 3 hours.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Yes, sir. Mr. Geiser. Welcome, Ernie.
My name's Ernie Geyer, live at 437 Jones Drive, which is right in the vicinity of this project. Janet, that was a great comment. She's right. What's disappointing, and I hope I not stand corrected on this, is the zoning review board, the 4 members that represented it, had never visited this site. They had no idea of the topography, the roads, the neighborhood area. It's truly embarrassing because they approved it and they just kind of lacklusterly went forward and said, oh, it meets the zoning, the parking, yeah, we can do the houses. As Janet said, Jones Drive is not even 20 foot wide. It still has the granite for curbs. And it's basically a horseshoe. You go in, you go all the way around. And as Janet mentioned, for this project to work, I don't know how people are going to be going in to park properly in this additional parking area. Now, you have a 5,000 square foot building, and I think you got 9,000 on the back. If we're talking, I think we got, 14,000 square foot for 54 parking spaces. It never really was brought up what they're going to utilize this building for. Now, I heard it was going to be a restaurant. I heard it was going to be a retail. I heard it's going to be a food hall in the 5,000 square foot area. Now, a food hall, like the previous thing with a fast food, 54 parking spaces in is, it's not equivalent to, it's not enough. I'm not necessarily against this project. It's zone commercial. It's going to be something. I think the developer, I think he's of good stature. I think he's out to do a good job, but I don't think the zoning review would spend any time on how we're going to enter this, how they're going to enter this property, and how they're going to exit without infringing on Jones Drive and driving through the neighborhood, just as Janet mentioned. That's the problem. Now, if the Gateway project didn't happen, they would have, I think, enough parking to make this project work and be successful, and they wouldn't necessarily have to drive through Jones Drive. I think some accommodations could be made there, but I think before this is approved, I think it needs some kind of traffic pattern on how it's going to work. If you approve it, I feel if it goes through and it's approved now, I don't know if enough time is going to be spent to make sure that they police the proper egress and access to this property. So, you know, those are my main comments. And like I said, I'm not necessarily against the project. I think something's going to happen to it. But I think that the access to the parking is really something that needs to be considered on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Yes, sir.
Bromberg. I had the presentation. Good evening. My name's Kyle Warrens. I am actually at 305 Willow Springs Drive, so I will not have front row seats to this, but I will have second row seats to this on Jones Drive. So what I wanted to do is kind of piggyback on a lot on what Ernie and Janet kind of talked about, and I guess kind of go through kind of what is actually here in place right now, what is being proposed, and then also what potentially the impact could be of the Gateway project, and just try to kind of get a better understanding of truly, you know, what's going to happen, what the reality of what this could look like, and certainly a lot of the challenges that I think have already been communicated as we sit here now. So I've been in the area. We bought the home in August of 2021. We were not naive under the understanding of kind of, you can look at the neighborhood, look at the open lot, and kind of put two and two together that something at some point in time was probably going to happen. And I don't think that we're opposed to progress in any type of fashion, as long as it's done correctly, and I think that would be my main concern. So after our meeting several weeks ago, I thought it was important to kind of take some pictures and, again, just kind of give some visuals. I'm a visual person myself, to kind of give you guys an understanding of kind of what's currently going on in this area, and then what would happen if we added some additional retail restaurant spacing. So 2 pictures taken at 2 different times. The first picture on the left was just taken on a normal Tuesday, 7/27 at 12:30 in the afternoon. And it kind of gives you an idea. There's about 14 cars that are there. This is actually across the street from Thousand Hills Coffee. It's a very, very successful coffee place. I think it's a staple in the community. It's excellent. We love having access walking to it, and certainly wouldn't want to see that place go anywhere, right? But it's an understanding and a reality of how many people are actually there for that small space. And I guess what I picked up on the last meeting is that the zoning, or the rules for zoning, is per 300 square feet, there's 3 parking spaces. I don't know if you can confirm that, or 1 per 300 square feet. So I don't know the whole square footage of what Thousand Hills is, but it can't be a lot. But it gives you an idea of kind of the car traffic that's there for just that small space, right? The picture on the right of that was taken on a Friday evening at 8:05, and the parking lot was full. And so if you go over there and you count the parking spaces, there's around 26 parking spaces. So it gives you an idea of kind of how heavily trafficked that area is, if you can. The next slide, it shows pictures of what Church Street is. Janet and Ernie kind of talked about what it looks like right now, and actually how small it is. It's a one-way street, right? And so both of those pictures were taken from either side of it. And I guess a lot of the concern is what the traffic pattern of this is actually going to look like. You can see it's a pretty small space when you're starting to think about what retail and restaurants look like, or what the needs of them are going to be. It's hard for me to kind of imagine or understand necessarily how trucking could get in and out of that and make that turn. And it's pretty challenging to understand what that would look like. But again, there's kind of a representation truly of what you see there. Yeah. So this next picture, and I've got it highlighted in yellow there, this is just of Jones Drive. So this was just a random day that I was coming home from work, right? And it just kind of shows what the impact of any type of overflow parking can be, right? So this happened to be an example where they were doing some work, I guess, on the storm drain that's on that walkway. But it gives you an idea of just what a couple cars parked on the side of Jones Drive look like, and if you stack them up on both sides of the road, it's almost impossible to navigate. So it kind of gives you an idea, again, of what they were talking about earlier, how narrow that street actually is, And then the fact of there's not curbs or anything like that. So the question is, you know, again, as we're kind of ramping up to what is potentially being proposed, right, is traffic patterns and parking, and what happens when those parking spots get full. And you would certainly think, based off of some of the restaurants and retail, that they're gonna be successful and that there's gonna be people coming into the area. And so where do the cars go? And if the cars go outside of that parking area and they start stacking up in the neighborhood, it's a real problem. And it's also a neighborhood, right? There's kids that are running around. People are pretty active in the area, and I just don't think that it strongly advise that we would have to take a pretty serious look at how we would direct that flow and how that would look. Going back, but the other point that I wanted to make, right, is coming off of Jones Drive right here. This is kind of in the straighter way around the bend, but if you're gonna add 5 residential properties, right, in that gray space, in that gray area.
Thank you,
right?
sir. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry. I got to cut you off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. It's getting to be late, so I'll be quick. My name is Roberto Paredes. I'm an architect. I'm a neighbor. I live on 30 Connemara, which is slightly off the left of that site plan. And I support the rezoning from the point of view that I don't want a church that is no longer a valid use just sit there and being further impacted tremendously by the great roundabout, which is also going to kill the coffee shop, which is a thriving business. And it makes then the viability of the church as it's being repurposed very, very difficult to achieve. And I commend Will for the vision to try to figure out how can this work. I do agree with my neighbor's comment about the traffic load. I don't know, and I'm hoping the coffee shop survives, but basically all of the parking which the coffee shop uses, the church parking, and unfortunately nobody has shown the actual proposed roundabout that it is taking all of the parking that the coffee shop has, plus pretty much all of the parking that the church has. And I wonder if there is a way to reconfigure traffic flow, because one thing that is not clearly shown, there is an entrance also directly from South Atlanta. Well, you can see it barely there, but there is, and you actually drive through part of the church to connect to the rear. I wonder if there's a way to make that the primary entrance and not depend on church, which I don't think is a good idea to allow access from church. But it's a very difficult situation, and the problem really is a roundabout. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thanks. Here too. Drew Gibbons. I live in 40 Connemara, so some of my neighbors are over there. I'm supportive. I would like the applicant to kind of answer that question, because my understanding that the main access was coming from south of the current church building and accessing that parking lot that's in the back from the south. I do understand the comments that are being made about how folks could come in the wrong way and where's the traffic going to go. I would like the applicant to talk about what would happen with Church Street. Is that going to be used at all, or is that going to remain one way going north? Because if that's the case, then it, again, my understanding is that the traffic should be coming south of the current building, but obviously that does open up some concerns some folks brought up. But I really came up here to say that I'm in favor of this project, similar to the last person who spoke. The church wants to leave. I'm pretty sure someone from the church is going to say something along those lines. They already have another location. Something else is going to come in eventually. I think this plan is good or better than any. It's responsible. It's got good use of the church building. The homes, the lot sizes, sure, I'd like to see bigger. Our neighborhood, Connemara Road's 40 homes. You got 1 or 2 acre lots. But the homes in that general area aren't too much smaller lots. It fits in. It's a good developer. They're respected. Will and his folks did the clock tower development just north of our neighborhood, did a really good job. They're located in the area, so they care. And that's all I gotta say. I guess I had one question that could hopefully be answered. The green space that goes along with the commercial building, I'm just curious who maintains that. I assume that owner of that space, but that'd be good to know. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. If we leave that slide up for just 1 second there, I can, on the south side where you were talking that entrance there.
Do me a favor. Tell us who you are and where you live.
Jeff Nunley. I'm a Roswell resident, a longtime member of the church, minister of music there.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
So I think those other folks have spoken, and their only real concerns, I guess, are the streets and the traffic and those kind of things. Someone that may be a misconception on the south side of the church building there is that drive there, there's additional parking on that side as well that has not been addressed. So yes, that the Gateway project is going to take up some of our parking spaces, but that's you know, something that we can't control at this point. That church has a long history in this area, and we've been doing this project now for DOT. We knew about it, I guess, probably up to 10 years ago. This is the first thing that you're going to see when you come across the river north, besides residential, and then some of the forest land on the east side as you're coming up. This building here is going to be one of the first things that you'll actually see in the Gateway project that will have been redone. And the easement for this project, where they're putting a roundabout in there, actually comes under the northeast corner of our church building. There's actually a stub that they came out and surveyed. There's actually a stub inside the shrubbery around the corner of our building there, underneath the northeast corner of the building. So that negates us from being able to have a traditional funeral, a traditional wedding there, a concert, anything like that. The actual steps off of the front of our church, as you look there, you'll come down and there'll be a 4-foot drop off. So it's really rendering the front entrance of that church for us as a congregation unusable. So I know we've lost members because of that, and because of this situation here, we've really been forced to relocate. And it's been it would be a financial burden on us to have to try to keep that up, and it needs some repairs even now. But because of that, we've had to relocate. The rezoning on the back piece of this property is imperative, really, for the future, for our congregation, and for our ability to carry on our ministry for years to come. So we looked for a developer because some other developers that had come to us, we did not see a good fit for us dealing with and working with. So we actually went and sought out a developer, and that brought us to Will Colley. We know have seen Will's work in the past. We worked with Will and sat down with Will numerous times. Anytime we asked him, he came and was available to sit down with us. We didn't have to bargain. He didn't try to knock us down. We got a great price for what we have there, and I know he's going to do a great job there as well, as well as the other projects that he's done. So I know we've had unanimous support by the Planning Commission, and we're asking you that you would pass this and rezone this property so that we would be able to continue our ministry into the future. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. My name is C.V. Densmore.
I'm a long member of the church, deacon, chair of the church council, and we wish we were still there. But unfortunately, GDOT wants to put a roundabout there, and they just kept moving the lines and moving the lines, and we didn't have any other choice. So as a former developer, I guess the last project I did in Roswell with the Arbor Terrace out here at Crabapple several years ago, and Mr. Orleans was here tonight, and he made the motion. It brought back some fond memories. But anyway, we sought out what we figured and thought to be the best developer, being a developer that was doing projects in Roswell. The projects that he was doing are something that we were proud of, we liked the looks of, and it's in the Gateway, and we felt like that he was the man, and we chose Will Coley. Will has done an admirable job for us. We sought him out. We made our price. He said, okay, let's see if we can make it work. And making it work is getting the zoning on these 5 lots that we're looking at. We want to do that. He wants to do that. I think it's an addition to the community. It'll be high-dollar houses, you know, $1.3 million, $1.4 million, maybe $1.5 million. I don't know. It's in that price range because of the cost of the land. But anyway, having said all of that, you know, there's a lot of things have been said about the parking for the coffee shop. The coffee shop would have never had any parking if it wasn't for us. We never charged them anything. We just had a gentleman's agreement. Nothing in writing, so it's not enforceable. The city approved that, not you guys, but somebody approved that without any parking. I don't know how that happened, but it apparently did. So we just respectfully request that you do this project for us. We want to do it. I think it's good for the city. I think it's good for the Gateway. It's a revenue producer that you hadn't had in over 100 years. So that has some merit as well. So we appreciate your time and your effort at this late hour to really give some serious consideration to approving this project. We respectfully request that. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Mr. Dunsmore. Anybody else would like to come up? Yes, ma'am. Hello, Ms. Geyer.
Gonna get up, but we've had our family living on Jones Drive for almost 10 years. We own Lucky's. We had to go through so much to develop Lucky's and make sure it was so great for the whole neighborhood. Quietness, we made sure our bands aren't loud. We make sure we do something for kids and dogs. In our neighborhood, Ernie and I, we live, when you go past the church, the coffee place in the church, we are the first house on the right, on that curve. And then our daughter, we bought both lots from Judy and Roberto. So we have the most beautiful neighborhood and the kids and the houses. And I get it, what you want to develop. We're developers too. We understand it. But I don't think they're getting it that even with the church and the coffee shop, when the trucks deliver things, they can't turn around. They keep going down Jones Drive. At right where our daughter's house is, there's a little stop sign right there, and there's a hill. It's an old road. It's a beautiful 50s home where they head. There's got to have been, you guys, 5 big trucks, some smaller, that can't get over that road. In fact, when I'm walking Lucky, I see a truck coming, I go, no, don't. And they don't see me, and then they have to get somebody to get them out of there because it sticks right at Jones Drive and Connemara, and then you take a left and you go up and then go around to Church Street. So, I mean, we're all about developing, but I don't think they're getting it. It's the most beautiful little neighborhood. The kids run around all back there. You're going to have so many, because they don't have parking, they're going to use our parking in front of our homes. And they already, thank you, Janet, they already do. I already had to, my husband built a he shed. You guys all have he sheds or man caves. He was trying to get his truck out one morning, and the church that's leasing now parked all their cars in front of I could hardly get my car out of my driveway, and my husband's truck. I had to go to the church and go, can you find out whose truck that is? That's been several times. So anyway, I'll stop, but if they can figure out, making the roads better, figure out more parking. But it's our beautiful homes there, too.
Thank you, Ms. Geyer. Yes, sir. Welcome. You're the first speaker earlier. Will you be the last speaker here? I'm not a...
Hope so. You know, it's getting late, isn't it? I'm still Don Rotolo, and I still live at 205 Waverly Hall Place, which is nowhere near this, but I'm familiar with the area. And just hearing the comments here, and I have nothing to say whether for or against. I don't live there. It's none of my business, really. But two things. One, you have since there's a rezoning request, you can add conditions to those rezonings that you normally wouldn't if you were developing in the RS 12 district. Okay. One of those could be, help us fix these roads. You have a historic opportunity to fix these early 1900s roads that you want to drive a fire truck down that thing. I hope there isn't cars parked on either side because that fire truck's never getting there. They're big, you know. And maybe, I can't tell, but it looks like there's no access to Church Road from that parking lot down below. If that's the case,
Janet, I am sorry. You cannot comment publicly when someone else is talking. It is, Janet, I'm going to request to you formally that you please refrain from making any conversation publicly while someone else is speaking. Thank you. It doesn't matter what's your perspective on that. If you have to respect the other speaker, I'm asking for you politely. Thank you.
So if there was no access there, Church Street wouldn't be involved. I understand why GDOT wants to put a circle there. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's not my call either. There's a lot of people that go down into there. That circle could possibly create a lot less traffic on Jones Drive by giving access to the neighborhoods to the south and west of that. Access, there's probably 100 houses back in there. So to summarize, you might have a good opportunity to fix those roads. Church Street is only 20 feet wide. Jones Drive is only 22 or something. Well, I mean, it's scary to drive down there. It's not a flat road either. So, and if you restricted from that parking lot that you have to go back out that same lot to the front of the to the Atlanta Road access, you could probably solve a whole bunch of problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to speak on the matter? Would the applicant like to come back up and address any pieces?
Okay. Yeah. Everyone had concerns of traffic, and I concur. We've looked at this, and if you notice the way the parking is structured on that lot that comes off of South Atlanta Street with the angled parking facing out, so the traffic pattern would be that you would enter the parking lot through there, come down, the porte cochere would be removed, you would turn, go back out, and then exiting, you'd leave out Church Street towards South Atlanta Street again. So the idea would be keep people out of the neighborhoods from behind. None of the commercial traffic would need to go any further than that driveway and then back out. With regards to the road improvements, as a part of the zoning process and part of the development process, we're going to have to dedicate additional right-of-way and improve the roadways that are on our side to city standards. So the roads will be improved in front of Jones, in front of the residential. Church Street along our frontage will be brought to current city standards. And that'll be a requirement not just from engineering, but from fire protection. We're going to have to make these accessible streets where they are not today. So we're going to have to make that all up to current codes, and then we're fully ready to do that. I don't know how to solve for the parking for Thousand Hills. They like you were saying, they've been using that property. We're trying to just replace what GDOT's taken away so we can make a viable building that's not currently viable now. Church Street. Yeah, and again, I think with, once we get in here to the development, we do some proper signage for delivery trucks and be able to work with our, whatever it's gonna be, office, whether it's restaurant, whatever it is, be able to work with the size trucks that can come in here and the hours of delivery. I think we can train these people through fairly simple means to not have to go any further into the neighborhood, to create that circular access around the building the way we really need it to be.
Steve, I think Councilmember Palermo has a question for you.
Yes, and I apologize. I know you just stated it, but I just want to make sure I fully understand. Can you, so if I'm driving south on Highway 9, I'm taking a right, and I want to go into your parking lot.
Yes.
What is the way I'm getting in, and what is the way I'm getting out?
You are going in. Lenore's gonna try and help me with the cursor. So that would be the entrance point. You would come down, and you see how the parking is angled so that you can only enter those spaces from that direction. So that I'm trying to force people in that direction of flow.
But I'm saying if I want to park in the parking lot, or I need to park in the parking lot, that's south of your building.
Keep coming through. There's a, yep, right there, there's actually an access drive around the building.
Okay.
And then you're gonna come down and turn out. And it's something as simple as when you get to the exit point of this parking lot going out, is we can say no left turns, right only. So we're sending everybody out towards South Atlanta Street, so there's nobody to be able to go left. And when we get to the bottom of our project, that's as far as we can take any road improvements. So the road would go back to a one-way in that location anyway, so it would be greatly narrowed. So you really couldn't even turn in that direction coming out.
Thank you.
Steve, why are we getting any commercial traffic there at all anyway? Why is commercial?
Currently, I don't know. There's really no reason for it from
just somebody making a turnaround.
Somebody getting lost, somebody just trying to find a quick way to turn around and not have to travel any further up or down the road.
Yeah, it's not a good place.
It doesn't seem like a logical place for me to put a commercial truck through. I'm not saying it,
Not saying it doesn't happen, obviously it does, but just like somebody's.
Yeah, I've given up trying to predict human nature.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So thank you for that explanation, because, so I am pretty familiar, certainly not as familiar as the many residents that have lived there for a very long time, but certainly I enjoyed taking my kids to I forget if it's trunk or treat or treat or trunk or whatnot, but I certainly have taken my kids there multiple times and very familiar with the area. And the one aspect that was concerning hearing tonight, and something I've been thinking about, is what does that traffic pattern look like? Because I was starting to think and being concerned that the parking lot on the upper right of this was not connected to the bottom one. And so seeing these red arrows actually is really helpful. What I'd say is, over the years, I feel I would hear so many developers say they have extenuating circumstances, and because of those extenuating circumstances, they would request high density and something not appropriate for the area. And I think something I'm seeing today, and something I feel hearing from the feedback, both from those that were clearly supporting, as well as frankly those having the concerns around the traffic, but overall me hearing some different support for the project, is I think what's unique here is there truly is an extenuating circumstance that whether the church likes it or not, whether the applicant, the developer likes it or not, whether some of the residents like it or not, GDOT is taking that land and building this large roundabout right at the church parking lot. And I think that's something that certainly creates an extenuating circumstance. And as well as there is the proximity to Highway 9 and being right there connected to the church, which is I believe, Lenore, did you say is DX? So a commercially zoned building which is going to be used for commercial purposes. And so with that, given that this is an opportunity to still have a future in this church and hopefully in this building, and creating hopefully a successful destination, both for the neighbors that are nearby that can walk to it, as well as the different neighbors that would want to come here as a great potential destination. and with the homes, to clarify, I think with the comment earlier, I think there might have been a comment concerned that it was a 10,000 square foot house being built. It's instead 10,000 square foot lot. So it's not the square footage of the house, but the square footage of that lot. And certainly no, that certainly could have been confusing and all that. And again, in trying to provide support for the residents as a part of our code, it's my understanding, Steve, could you confirm that for the applicant's property on both Church Street and Jones Drive, there's going to be sidewalks everywhere we're bordering the street?
Yes,
So there'd be a sidewalks as a part of that as well. But given the extenuating circumstances regarding GDOT taking that property, as well as the fact that we're talking about 5 single-family homes, this is something where overall I'm certainly feeling like it's appropriate and is something that hopefully will help this area. And again, knowing that I think I did hear a very serious concern, which was the traffic and the traffic pattern, but knowing 2 things. One, of seeing these red lines, that resolves a big concern. And number 2, the way Mr. Rowe you described of just the improving the street where you're touching it, that really resolves a lot of my concerns. And then so that's where my inclination tonight is going to be supporting this with staff's recommendations.
One thing I wanted to point out, if you notice the back setbacks along those lots along the alley, we've given them 20 feet to be able to park guest parking in the driveways off the alley to keep them off of Jones Road, hearing the issues that we've heard with on-street parking. So we really tried to make every accommodation to deal with additional cars.
That's great to hear, and I appreciate that. And then certainly there's been a lot of discussions over the years of definitely preferred when it's a driveway in the back and garage in the back versus front loaded. So definitely I've heard some positive things from a number of residents over the year on front loaded, which these all are as well, which creates that little more walkable feel as well as frankly a more historic looking home versus you see some of the homes where it's just 100% garage on the front. So that by this being rear loaded, that's not what you're going to see. You're just going to see an older looking home. So those are my inclinations right now. Certainly happy to discuss more with this mayor and council.
Well, Mike, you're a war-torn veteran of this council of exactly having to fight high-density multifamily development and what you're getting the kind of development that you want as a city. Exactly, high-end single-family homes it's hard to say, well, this is good for the community. So I know you have suffered through a lot of those battles. I can hear those scars coming through. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Thank you for staying awake so late. Appreciate it. So just to clarify, there's 54 spots that are going to be the new parking?
Of existing parking being repurposed and new. So
Okay,
it's a
so
combination
the
of-
first red arrow on the upper right, that is parking and then parking out.
that's
A total
correct.
of 54.
Total of 54,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And then also the delivery, any size delivery trucks that you anticipate servicing your businesses you think will fit in that little?
Yes, and Mr. Back has made sure that his fire truck fits, so I'm sure a delivery truck will fit.
And I would just like to say, I look forward to seeing 5 more beautiful homes there that aren't apartments.
Can I ask a dumb question? What is why are we talking about a delivery truck? What delivery truck are we talking about?
If it's a mixed, if they have a restaurant delivery.
No, we're talking about we're talking about these 5 homes, not the church.
Right.
The church is totally different. That is going to be a commercial development. Right? But I get confused why we're talking about that in relation to the homes and parking and commercial traffic.
Because the residents were expressing concern about these trucks who have been wandering around their streets, and apparently for no good reason that we.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
And none of us can think of.
We're not talking about normal commercial traffic, and I want to make that distinction.
Oh, no, we're talking about when they have deliveries that come to service his commercial, that they'll be maintained in that area. And there wouldn't be any reason for them to be on these streets that, for some reason, some of these trucks are. That's what I'm clarifying.
That's why I want to get clarity. That's why I'll make sure, like, these 5 homes, there will not be commercial traffic back here where these 5 homes are, right? I mean, let's be clear about that. Okay. Councilmember Mortland.
Do you foresee any issues with the proposed HOA request that was placed earlier tonight?
No, not at all.
Mandatory HOA, not voluntary HOA?
Yes. It would need to be able to do the maintenance required for both the alley and the underground stormwater.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, and this was one clarifying question and then another question. The underground stormwater system, if that is not able to be done and any changes, will we see that again?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And my question for you, Mr. Rowe, the plant material, what size plant material do you have spec'd for the magnolias, cryptomerias, cedars?
Material like that would be, we expect a 6 to 8 foot height at planting.
6 to 8? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Any other thoughts or questions from council? Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
I will, if it's all right, I'll make a few comments and then make a motion.
Of course, sir.
And so, first of all, I would have been looking to add a motion if those 2 parking lots were not connected. Based on the very legitimate resident concern brought up, I would have been making a motion that commercial vehicles could not go in this parking lot, they have to go on the top. But knowing that they're connected, that's resolved that concern that there's not going to be commercial trucks going underneath. And again, despite the extenuating circumstances, if a request tonight was for something just too inappropriate and you know, whether it was pushing for high density or anything else that wouldn't have aligned with the neighboring community, et cetera, I would not be supporting it. But this is something where I think, given the extenuating circumstances, although these are certainly smaller lots than I would typically support, I am going to motion to approve item number 2 with staff's conditions. And so that is my complete motion. Just for anybody from the HPC listening, they did give an additional condition, which I'm not going to include. And it's a combination, the reason I'm not doing it, partly because ultimately the commercial property is not a part of this request, and partly because we're talking about 5 single-family homes. We're not talking about some large, you know, high-density development or other complex aspects. So for that reason, my motion is as stated, which is to approve item number 2 with staff's conditions.
Motion has been made by Councilmember Palermo to approve item number 2 with staff conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Mortland. Any other comment or discussion? Good. All right. A motion's on the floor. It's been seconded for the approval of RZ 202206699/CU 202207000-342, 334, and 0 Jones Drive, rezone RS12, single-family suburban and CIV Civic to RX, residential mixed use and conditional use for single-family residential, and conditions, and staff, and the, help me with the language, my mind's gone. With the approval of staff conditions. All in favor of that, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo, will you read the next community development item?
Really moving along. Item number 3, approval of RC 2022-1699-340 Atlanta Street, 342, 334, and 0 Jones Drive. Issuance of a Metro River Protection Act MERPA certificate within the Chattahoochee River corridor for construction of single-family homes. Ms. Bromberg?
Thank you. Go to the next slide. The site plan for this, it does include all of the parcels. It includes the church property that is subject to redevelopment, as well as the parcels you just approved for rezoning. The plan you see in front of you is what was sent down to Atlanta Regional Commission for their review. Staff is required to review it to make sure they have an erosion control plan, and so it's been stamped by staff before it's sent down to them. The next slide. ARC's preliminary finding was that it was the plan as proposed was consistent with the Atlanta Regional Commission's plan. And then their final finding is that it's consistent with the ARC plan. And so they have a statement that reads that ARC staff have completed a review of the application for a MERPA certificate for this proposed project within the Chattahoochee River Corridor. ARC's finding is that the project is consistent with the Chattahoochee River Corridor plan. There is a table that's included on their site plan that indicates for the approvals, the amount of impervious area clearing and so forth that they have to stay within during their development process. That stays with the property all the way through construction. And if they have any changes that they want to make, they have to come through us to make them. Happy to answer any questions. Our recommendation is to approve the certificate, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lenore. Council, thoughts, comments, or questions for Lenore staff? No comments, thoughts, or questions from council to staff Lenore. Anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this matter? Outstanding. I'll bring it back to council. Council, any further thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter? Being that there are no further thoughts, comments, or questions, is there a, Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 3.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hills, approval of RC 2022-1699, 340 Atlanta Street, 342-334, and 0 Jones Drive, issuance of a Metropolitan River Protection Act MRPA certificate within the Chattahoochee River Corridor for construction of single-family homes. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Palermo, will you read the next community development item?
Item number 4, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code to section 10.3 signs and section 14.2 defined terms. This is the first reading.
Thank you. City Attorney David Davidson, would you please read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 10, Site Development, Section 10.3, Signs, and Article 14, Definitions, Section 14.2, Defined Terms. Now, therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 10, Section 10.3, Signs, and Article 14, Definitions, Section 14.2, Defined Terms of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Councilman Palermo, would you please call Lenore Bromberg forward?
Ms. Bromberg, please come forward.
Yes, sir. The timeline on this is that Mayor and Council did initiate this text amendment in June of this year. It was heard by Planning Commission in July. We are at our first reading, and I believe we have it scheduled to do the second reading on the 22nd so that we can get this through the process quickly. Just as a reminder, the entire ordinance is being replaced, so there's not a whole lot of track changes that have been provided to you, but just as a point of reference, basically 10.3.1 through 10.315 are new. I will lean on David Davidson to provide any explanation you need on why we're including that, but basically it sets forth the rules that we need to follow, enforcement, et cetera. And then sections 10.3, 16 through 42 are essentially the same technical code that was there before. Sign dimensions, placement, location, content, not content, but style of sign and that sort of thing are included. In addition, what we've gone through and done is made sure that any terms that are included in the new sign ordinance that were also included or overlapped with what was in 14.2 defined terms, we are eliminating the duplicity. They will only be in the sign ordinance to make sure we have everything in the same location. Just a quick, these are the different sections. I won't spend a ton of time on this. The next slide, a couple of the additional requirements are about having a city occupation tax certificate, public liability insurance are required. There's all sorts of information about identification labels, inspections, and notices that we do, but we're not codified before, so this covers us from an enforcement perspective to make sure that they are putting in the signs that are permitted, and we've actually got written rules that we can point to say when they don't do it correctly what the enforcement actions are going to be. Staff does recommend approval of the text amendment as it was presented. During the Planning Commission meeting, there were some additional suggestions of some changes due to some comments that were raised during the meeting, primarily by real estate agents. And the recommendation that they made was to move, and I'm going to read this and then I'll show you the example. Basically, from letter E in its entirety and letter F, number 1, single-family residential district, that are currently located in your amendment as section 10.3.22 to section 10.3.16 under letter K, signs not requiring a permit. So right now, in the way that the ordinance is written, these real estate signs would require a temporary sign permit, and the suggestion from Planning Commission was to move them over to not requiring a permit. In addition to that, they wanted a new item under letter E regarding flag directionals to be limited to 6 foot by 2 foot. I personally was not present for this conversation, so I'm not entirely sure what they mean, but this was the language that they carried forward. So that was what I was asked to present. If you go to the next slide, so currently in 10.3.22E, there are temporary signs not requiring a permit would include these items that I was just referring to, and those are on the next page, which I'll go to. So this provides the spelling out of the language that they asked for us to move, which was very hard to understand, so I tried to put it into some complete sentences with the renumbering and so forth. And if you go to the next, so today, you have to get a temporary sign permit in the code as presented and initiated and was presented at Planning Commission for off-site real estate directional signs. So the way I typically describe this is on the weekends when there's a house on the market down this way. Open house signs is another example. Right now, there is code that covers these. As presented, they would be only allowed for a maximum of 2 consecutive days in 1 week, which is typically your weekend, a maximum of 3 signs per house that's on the market. Signs must be located within 2 miles of the property, which they are referring to as measured along existing streets, and that no sign can be located within the public right-of-way. That is all current today. We just require a temporary sign permit for it, and the suggestion is to move it from requiring a permit to being exempt. The next piece continues on with some of the dimensions. Signs can't exceed 4 square feet, no more than 1 sign on each intersection. 2 signs can be at 4-way. You cannot do balloons, streamers, pennants. You cannot be illuminated, and they can only be placed on property with the owner's express written permission. Again, today, if somebody comes in and tells me I'm going to put a sign on someone else's property, they have to tell me they've got permission from that property owner. Inevitably, what happens is no one gets a permit. They just stick them out when we're not working and have permits for them. The second piece to this was specifically for on-site real estate signs in the residential district only, not the commercial. The commercial would remain as temporary sign permit is required. But if it is a single-family house and they want to put a for sale sign in their front yard, then they would not need to get a permit in the recommendation from Planning Commission. This again provides 1 per lot, can't be illuminated, 6 square feet is the maximum in area. If the house is sold, they need to take it 10 days off after it's been removed from the market. And again, they cannot be in the public right-of-way. And that is it.
And you've just introduced us to a 2-hour conversation, Lenore.
Yes, sir, I know.
Councilmember Palermo, there's a lot to clarify in here. And there's
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm ready.
I will start that 2-hour conversation. The good news is this is just the first reading, so we do get to discuss this again. But I guess my question is, the current sign ordinance or previous or whatever it would be, does that allow 6-foot signs? Because I was surprised to see the 6 foot by 2 foot sign.
Yeah, so it's square. Oh, you're talking about the add-on?
The 6 foot by 2 foot directional.
Can you help me with this, because I was on vacation for that meeting, and
I don't see that.
know what the discussion was.
That's new to me, Michael.
I'm not sure what it was, and if that's something we could seek clarification on, I would not recommend moving it forward. I honestly don't have an answer for you on that.
I think that might have been misstated, because 6 by 12, that's 6 by 2 is a 12 square foot sign. Those directionals are generally 6 square feet, 3 feet by 2 feet. So maybe that was a typo. I'm not sure, because I don't remember any discussion about a 6 foot by 2 foot sign.
Where's
So
that in the
It is
code?
not currently in the code. It was something that Planning Commission recommended being added.
Oh, they recommended,
based-
okay.
Based on the,
Thank you. So this is where I was going with that. So Planning Commission recommended this being added, but this was, I believe it was actually removed years ago because they were controversial, because there were a lot of residents and therefore some former council members that had a lot of concerns and issues. So I had actually thought they got rid of the tall ones like that. I don't know if that rings a bell or not. But so in other words, I guess I'm hesitant. Yeah, I'm hesitant to add a 6-foot sign, 6-foot tall sign that's not currently in the code.
Let's do the easy stuff. So I think there's unilateral agreement that, like, currently the code says that, and this is what most people don't know, and so this is why I think we want to update it. I believe the code says that real estate signs, I got to come get a permit, right? And I don't know how long that's been in the code, somebody might know, but it's been there for a long time.
3 at least.
How long?
At least 2003.
At least 2003, it's been in the code. Obviously, we've never, forgive me, enforced that as a city. But historically, since 2003 at least, if you had a real estate sign in your yard, you were supposed to get a permit and supposed to pay for it. We've never enforced it. So the first thing I think to correct, which I think everybody feels pretty firm about, is, all right, let's correct that problem. Let's take away the permit. Let's get that. That doesn't need to be there. Let's get rid of the permit so people can put real estate signs in their yards when they want to sell their home. No problemo, boom. Have it out of the house. Have it out of the yard within 10 days after you've sold it, right, or leased it. Pretty simple stuff. Can't be illuminated, and it can't exceed 6 square feet in area, which means 3 by 2. Correct? Am I reading that right?
Yes, sir.
Pretty simple stuff. Everybody's on board. Let's get that done, right? The second one, and by the way, did our friends from the real estate delegation, they were going to have their council get back to us on some thoughts on the directional signs?
I have not heard anything as the city attorney.
Okay.
I don't know if community development has.
And so, just speaking here as a resident and a public servant, I believe that the issue is same issue there, is that currently, if you have a directional sign, you have to come get a permit, and you got to pay for the permit. And you have to have permission from the person who owns the property, and you can't put it in a public right-of-way.
Correct.
And so I think the challenge for the city as a government, right, is it's awfully hard to say to somebody, I can give you permission to put a sign up when I don't own the property. So, the issue still remains with, you got to get permission from the property owner, and you can't put it in a right-of-way. I think the permit thing, I don't think anybody has a heartburn over, like, let's get rid of the permit, because obviously it's not really enforceable. It's not something that we're spending a lot of time on. It's kind of an unfruitful activity. So I don't know how council feels, but to me, it sounds like that'd be a simple one to get rid of. I just say it's difficult, I think, from a governmental perspective, to give authority you don't have, which is, hey, I can tell you can put a directional sign up in somebody's yard. I can't do that. And so that's the challenge, I think, of some of the language. All right, that's all I got. Council? Councilmember Worthland.
Very quickly. I overheard the sign piece on the 10 days. Is this after a contract is executed, or is this after the property is actually sold?
The wording today states that the lot or building is leased or sold.
So we're giving an individual 10 days after the sale of a property to remove a real estate sign from that property.
Correct.
Why 10 days?
That was the number that was chosen as it's usually a couple of weeks after closing. Most real estate agents take them down the day after they close.
I would
use
say,
them somewhere else.
I would say, Will, just as a casual observation, and I don't want to defend the real estate industry. I think if I'm a real estate agent and I've sold it, I don't mind having it up there for a few extra days to show, look, I sold this property, it's a success, and I think 10 days is a modicum of reasonableness, particularly since it's something we're not enforcing in reality, anyway. And chasing down the contract to say, hey, did you close it on Tuesday, did you close it on Friday, and getting in that dilly-dally would be my recommendation. 10's a modicum of reason, in my mind, 10 days is a modicum of reasonableness. But no, I don't think there's a great answer for that question.
More of an FYI question.
Other than somebody wanted it that way. So, Councilmember Palermo, you have to have a motion on this, my friend.
So first off, I guess I just want to make sure the typo on 6 foot by 2 foot directional, was it a typo just in the PowerPoint, or is it a typo, or is it in the actual code?
So right now, it's not in the code, and it was not in the track changes version that was prepared for Minute Track because I was unaware of it until I was provided with this information, and I did not draft that information, and the person who did has been out of the office for a few days, so I don't know the answer to that question. I don't even know what a flag directional is, to be honest with you.
So I guess, is there anything in here that's saying 6 foot by 2 foot?
Not in the draft that you have in front of you, the
Okay.
track changes, no, sir, because that item was not added.
Okay.
Mike, would you like to just strike that from the recommendation anyway? Just take the whole flag thing
Right,
out?
so, yeah, I'm just gonna make a motion that's not including a 6 foot by 2 foot flag directional, in which case I'm gonna motion to approve this first reading and move it forward.
With the exception of the flag
With
directional.
the exception of that item number 2 recommendation.
And it is not included in the attachment of your initiation text amendment, so that is clear. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo has a motion on the floor. Is there a second? It is seconded by Councilmember Hall. All in favor of approval of text amendment to UDC code, yes, sir.
So you're making the motion to move the directional signs also?
That is part of this, is it not part of the recommendation?
Yes, just making sure.
No, just make sure I get this right. I don't want to screw this up.
Directional signs and the on-site.
Okay, those need to be added to the language?
No, that's part of the text that's in here. I just want to make sure you were good with the directional signs.
I think, let me just get clear. Mike, I think in your motion, just to be clear, everybody's clear, you are intending for item number 4 and number 5 underneath K of section 10.316, which addresses what we just had the discussion on the real estate signs. That is your
Yes,
intent.
absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so approval of motions on the floor by Councilmember Paloma. Is there a second? Christine, thank you. Christine's already seconded. So all in favor of approval of text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to section 10.3, signs, and section 14.2, defined terms, and the approval of number 4 and number 5, letter K under 10.316, signs which require no permit. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Palermo.
So for item number 5, I'm not sure this council will approve it, but the planning commission in their discussion were requesting the possibility of a deferral. And in general, I am actually planning on making a motion to defer this item. Not sure the council will support that, but.
Can we skip, does that mean, can we skip you reading the ordinance if he wants to defer it? Outstanding. Councilmember Palermo has made a motion to defer item number 5.
And so I guess my question would be for staff, which date that should be deferred until? So to the, okay, August 22nd. So the motion is to defer it to the August 22nd mayor and council meeting.
Is what you want to do, Mike? All right, so there's a motion by Councilmember Palermo to defer item number 5, approval of a text amendment to UDC, section 9722, parking on site, defer it to the August 22nd meeting. Motion's on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Peter Vanstrom. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously to defer this item to the August 22nd meeting. Thank you. All right, we'll now go to the city attorney's report. David Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. The only item I have is a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Do I have a motion for closure? There's no motion for closure.
50%
Come on, no?
Yeah.
Do I have a motion for closure? Councilmember, thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Hills. All in favor of go to closures, please raise your hands. All right, I've got 2 votes. We can't go. Give me 3. Come on. There's 3. All right. We passes 3-0. All right. Being that there are no other items, this mayor and council meeting of August 8th, 2022, I'm sorry, yeah, we're still there. August 8th, 2022 is adjourned. Oh, my God.